ballot and no machines, manual. This is a person who today leads this country on innovation and technology, who believe that if we use machines, we compromise the integrity of the election. So with that, I say thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you today, and I'm looking forward to keeping the fight.
You won't plug this one. That's their computer. I'll leave you. If you want this mic or this mic, both are on. Thanks, Rob.
It's called Stolen Elections, the takedown of democracies worldwide. And it's got all the information from Gary and Martine's investigation in there, and a lot of the same slides that you've seen today. And it's available on Amazon. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Stolen elections. Stolen elections.
Hey, Matt, let me dive in first. I had a distraction for a second. I hope you folks realize the gift we have with these gentlemen here. Martine, it's been a couple of years, and we've worked through this together. Patrick and you have done tremendous stuff together. Let me ask you a question, because this audience is really connected on this whole thing, and we love Patrick, okay? How's he doing? Do you know anything?
He's doing better. He's doing better. He's a fighter. So he has some health issues. So that's why he cannot be here today. But with God's grace, he will be all right.
That's right. And, you know, he's had a couple hundred operations in his life to deal with those issues. About 2 years ago, there was something happened. It was pretty serious. And I said, Patrick, it'd be easy. A lot of people would just give up. And but there's so much more of the fight left. Some really cool stuff, some vindication. Please stick around. You know, and sometimes people rally because, you know what, I hope that Patrick is rallying because of the work you're doing, the work that you're doing. It's all coming to a head right now. We are seeing things that we've been talking about for half of a decade, all coming to fruition right now. Much of it because of work that Patrick did, much of because of work that you gentlemen did. It's a stunning thing, isn't it?
Let me say something about Patrick that I deeply honor to meet him and to work with him. When we started this journey, we went to Congress, we went to the Senate, we talked to senators, we talked to congressmen. We talked to about a bunch of people in the United States government and outside the government that we will have expect they will come and said, let's do it. Let's get to the bottom of this. All of them run from us, except Patrick. And Patrick came with his checkbook and put his checkbook and said, let's do it. And he put all the wealth that was left on him to protect this nation, to protect the country. So some people said, well, he sometimes is a little bit too much. But I love he is too much. That is how we prevail. Without Patrick's contribution, because it was not just the money, it was the hard work, the endless amount of travels around the world chasing the truth that he did with a team, putting together a lab in Switzerland with all the engineers building an election company in Switzerland to recreate, which is the part you don't see today because we don't have enough time to go through the demos. But in order to prove this to the US government, we have to do a technical work. And the technical work took to build a lab in the Swiss Alps. And we did that over 2 years, recreating every county we could to prove by fact how the election was stolen. None of that will have ever happened without Patrick.
I mean, I don't know that it's important for us as a group to generations from now, even just 5-10 years from now, so much stuff will have been forgotten about this part of the fight. It'll be obvious that China did everything the president had to act because it was an attack on America that was not just a policing action required for response, but a military action for response because we're under military attack. Steal an election is the same as far it's categorized as a WMD. So it's just like a nuclear bomb, a virus, anything like that, which, by the way, those were leveraged into the election too. The threat of nuclear, the virus, everything. The virus was part of the fraud to get the drop boxes in. This is so much more sophisticated, and that's why the response that's going to come is going to be justified. But you've had a chance to look at all the minutia, to even have an embedded reporter, I don't know that we want to say necessarily right now, but that has documented a lot of this along the way. We're about to get hit with almost a tsunami of information over the next many months. I mean, people saying, well, was it going to get taken care of in 10 years or 5 years? No. You're in the Cat 2 stage of the storm. It's moving to a Cat 3. It will be a Cat 6 before this is over. Am I overstating it, you think?
You are correct. I mean, I recently met with the US government official who has been on top of investigating this. And when I was leaving the meeting, I said, well, in your investigation, I know you cannot share with me whatever you have found. Some of that is classified. Some of that is part of the criminal investigation, which cannot be shared with anybody. I said, but I would like at least to get your impression of if what we've been investigating is somehow, some way connected to what you have found. And he said, you I do understand that sometimes criminal process investigation doesn't work on political terms, the timing that we want, but I'm confident that we will see results from this.
Martin, Hero, seriously, you've done Lord's work. The book is actually fantastic because there's nobody else actually probably has had a chance to get access to actually document this. I loved Patrick's documentary, but really you're going into it in a different way, even within what Patrick's book is. National Hero, thanks, bro, so much. Both of you. Thank you very much. I hope you guys really, really, really appreciate what you just got, okay? It doesn't get any better than that, except we have one other guy that's been in this loop the whole time. We met first back in 2020, back at the beginning of a lot of this stuff. And at that time, it was still in question, who's a good guy, who's a bad guy, who actually knows what they're talking about, who's full of shit. And it was a lot of turmoil. One of the people that has emerged out of all of this, he's been traveling the country, having the one-on-one conversations. He's the best I think there is so far in being able to talk with people at any level, county clerks, election officials, the general public, and explain the problems, and that's Mark Cook. I'm glad to be able to have been one of the people who's helped support him at different times. He's part of the unauthorized team. He's been, we would not be here as an organization in the same way as we are without Mark Cook. One of my favorite people on the planet. We've worked very hard with him. At moments, we've had to arm wrestle a bit, but he usually wins because he knows what he's talking about. So, Mark, I love you. You've been a great friend through all of this, seriously.
Thank you.
And you do your own car work.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
He actually fixed the springs on his motor home. He's in there pulling wheels and doing stuff. He really knows what he's doing. He actually left his business, which is in part, besides the computer stuff, some car modifications. And I want him to do some stuff on stuff I have, but I can't get him to break free. He's too busy. So anyway, Mark, I'm going to hand it over to you. Great stuff. Oh, yes.
I just want to say that Pat is not down for the count. He is going to be coming back swinging, and he wants everybody to know that he's here in spirit.
Patrick, he and I have already told you about when we were in Venezuela. One time we were both just down the hall from each other at the same hotel and didn't even realize that we're just working furiously on Tina stuff. And we've talked about the fact we both are on parallel lanes in a lot of ways. Our paths kind of hit once in a while. Our vectors cross a little bit, but we have to stay with our lane so that we don't, it's not wasted effort or duplicated effort. One of the great people that I've had the pleasure of being with and working with and sharing stuff with in this whole thing has been Patrick Byrne. So, and he put it all that he has on there, plus even the health stuff where it's been a little bit risky for him at times. He stayed right in the fight. So anyway, I'm glad Patrick's kind of monitoring what's going on. The president's monitoring what's going on. Probably China's monitoring what's going on. Cuba's monitoring what's going on. I don't know if they give the live video feed to Maduro. He'd love to monitor. Probably in the, you want to know what happened today? So he'll be giving us information all the way through. He's already probably given us everything. So Mark, love you, bro.
Cool.
Take the helm.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And don't run us on the rocks.
Yeah, I'll try not to. All right, howdy all. Let me get my timer set up here because actually someone's gonna have to let me know. We'll see here. All right, sounds good. I'm gonna open up with this here. What do you think's happening? Okay, that's a baby bird. And when the baby bird sees a worm, it knows it opens its mouth, and then the worm magically jumps in its mouth, right? Because that's what happens when mom's there. However, as that bird grows up and when mom's not there, when it sees the worm and the worm just keeps walking away while it's got its mouth open, what is it going to have to learn to do in order to survive? It's going to have to learn to take that worm. It has to learn to get the worm. That worm is freedom. And that baby bird is every one of the American citizens right now. We all thought that we were not going to have to continually fight for our freedom. I hope this is a wake-up call for every single one of you here, because our freedoms are about this close to being taken away. God gave us an opportunity. He gave us a small window, a sliver, to take the action necessary to reclaim our liberty. And it's as easy as counting our own votes, as running our own elections. That's really all it takes. And all of this stuff you've seen this entire day, all of the fraud, everything is downstream of our elections. It is all as a result of our elections not reflecting the will of the people. That is you and I. We own this place. This country, this nation belongs to each and every one of us. And as such, if we aren't the ones running our elections, we don't actually have a say. That's the problem. Right now, our elections are in control of by our government, by corporations. You realize our government are our servants. Those are supposed to be our fellow citizens that step up into a position to serve the rest of us for a short period of time. That's how that's supposed to work. And how do we choose who those people are going to be? Our elections. So we use our elections to determine who represents us and who works for us in order to determine who is in government. Now, can you imagine what could possibly go wrong if the government itself ran the elections to determine who was in government? Hello? That's what we've got going on right now. And they didn't just take the control immediately. They also have taken it, given it to NGOs. They slipped it right out from under us. That's what all this is about. Okay? There are entities, foreign and domestic, that want to have their hands on the levers of control in this nation. And that is our election system. Foreign and domestic. And some of those, and I'm probably going to have to make very good friends today. Some of those people that like to have control are in our government right now. And they have zero intention on giving it up. And they'll tell you to your face, oh yes, we want the citizens to run their own elections, of course. And when they turn their head, they say, we can't let them run elections. They're too stupid. Because these tyrants, even if they are better at doing whatever they need to do, it's not their right. Okay? We get to say, we get to vote. But they think that they are better than us, and they have zero intention on giving our nation back to us. And that is people in our domestic government. That's who we're up against. Yes, we've got some foreign threats, absolutely. We got foreign threats everywhere. But it's the domestic threats that are the biggest threat. So, yes, I know, and other people are going to know, and I travel all around the country telling people that. And likewise, I'm sure I've made a few less friends today. I don't give a, okay? Because our nation is worth it. Thank you. I might want to actually give you my information. My name is Mark Cook. Thank you. I am an IT person. Started programming when I was 10 years old. Started my company when I was 13 years old. I've been doing this for a long time. I love our nation. I love this republic. I love my fellow citizens. I don't like criminals. I don't like tyrants. I love freedom. I like to fight for what's right. I don't care what I'm up against. It doesn't matter. I have, like many of you, like many people up on this stage yesterday and today, and in this fight that couldn't even make it here, have lost everything. I have nearly lost everything. I'm about to lose my house. I've lost my businesses. I basically live in a trailer, and I drive my trailer around the nation trying to wake people up county by county. I've been doing this a long time. And I got to be quick because thank you guys. I appreciate it. I probably have seen some of you in my travels. And if I haven't seen some of you in my travels, I'm going to show you where I'm going to be, because you need to set up a little get together in your neck of the woods as I come through your state, so I can educate everyone around you, so you're not the only ones trying to wake people up. I will come and help you wake people up. What else? Gosh, I've been involved in so many things, and I've got to cram about 2.5 to 3.5 hours of presentation into less than an hour. So I hope you guys had your coffee. I'm probably going to go quick. Okay, election past, present, and future. 2016, everyone always asks, well, what happened? Well, they underestimated. These people have been manipulating elections for a very long time. Decades, they've been manipulating elections. And they've always been able to manipulate it one way or another a little bit, a decent amount, but not a huge amount. And they've slowly designed this system of control. Write this down. TheLostInterview.com. Write that website down. LostInterview.com. Just watch it and send it to every single person you know that doesn't think we have a problem with our elections, or that when they hear the word election, they see the orange man and they can't see anything other than 2020 insurrection, Trump, 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 Trump. Okay, the TDS folks, have them just watch that video. That video is an interview that was done far before Trump ever showed up on the scene, back in the 80s. 96, I think, was the interview. Everything that happened in the interview they talked about is in the 80s. We are living Groundhog Day. We are living the same problems. We are decades deep of living in a nation that is not controlled by the will of the people. That's why everything seems upside down. That's why we don't have any control. That's why everything's a disaster. It's decades of that have caused that. So the easy way to fix it is we start running our elections again and we fix it all. In 2018, remember, they freaked out when Trump won, okay? Because they didn't have enough to beat him. They didn't have enough in their coffers to offset the vote. And so that's how he got past the finish line. That's why the media freaked out. That's why everyone freaked out. And they freaked out for about 2 years straight, and then they all shut up. They shut up very quickly in about 2018 because they knew if we fix the election system, they lose their main mechanism of control. Because the elections are their easy button. There's a lot of other ways to control the human population, especially the US population. But the elections, that's the easiest way. You literally get a candidate on the ballot and you can get them into office. It's that easy. You have to, well, here, the instructions are: 1, get them on the ballot, make their win believable, and then steal it. That's it. And the illusion, that make their win believable, is a really big part of that. So they knew that they were going to steal 2020. And they knew if we fix the elections, there'd be no way they could steal 2020. So they kept us distracted. What did they distract us with? BLM, Antifa, burning our cities down, right? George Floyd, all those things. Distraction after distraction after distraction. This is 5th generation warfare tactics. If you are not familiar with that, you need to go buy The Citizen's Guide to 5th Generation Warfare. It's a book written by General Flynn and Boone Cutler. Boone Cutler, we lost about a week after Charlie, unfortunately. So Boone is no longer with us, but he is fighting from up there. Buy that book. Start with session 1, then go to session 2, which is the role of the church. And session 3 is about how AI is used and will be used to defeat us. So you might want to read that one too. They're very good books. 2020 was 100% absolutely stolen election. There is no question about that. 2022, do you remember that little game where they kept saying it was going to be a red wave? Even our enemy media was saying it's going to be a red wave. That was a tactic. That was a tactic on their part to suppress turnout. And I know a lot of people that stayed home because they thought it was going to be a red wave. Well, that's how you turn a red wave into a pink trickle. 2024, it wasn't about too big to rig. It actually was about making the illusion too big to sell. That's what it was about. When everyone knows that there's no way a particular candidate could win, and they know that obviously this one candidate's going to win, and then they don't, then the illusion gets broken. And that is what was about to happen, okay? So they made a decision. We steal it again from Trump, which they easily could have. Remember, they stopped counting in the middle of the night, stuff a bunch of mail-in ballots. It's all doable, okay? And I know you've heard some conflicting stories. As soon as I see evidence to actually absolutely tell me otherwise, this is what I believe happened with everything that I know. If they wanted to steal it, they could have. They have all the control. Look at the elections after 24, right? Look what just happened in LA. If they want to steal it, they're going to steal it. Ain't nothing going to stop them, okay? If something stopped them from stealing 24, well, how'd they still steal 26? How'd they steal all these elections we've had since the 24 election if that stuff's gone now? How are they still doing it? Because that stuff's not gone. Because they still have all the mechanisms of control. And you take one out, they just move it to another. These people are incredibly intelligent. They are some of the highest IQ people ever, and they're incredibly evil. They're as evil as they are intelligent. And they want to run the show, and they don't care. Now, that doesn't mean we can't outsmart them. We've got a lot of smart people on our side, but we haven't really got organized. And if you've been in the grassroots, you kind of know we run around like chickens with our heads cut off most of the time, arguing with each other instead of staying focused on the mission. We got to stay focused on the mission. And when I come to your county, I will help you guys understand why we need to stay focused on the mission. So if you guys are having little spats with each other as grassroots, cut it out. We're not going to win that way. So 2024, they let him win. That was the strategy. Let Trump win. Because if we let Trump win, here's what's going to happen. If we let Trump win, all the people that say there's a problem with the elections now look like fools, right? Because how did Trump win if there's a problem with our elections? Okay? It also killed half the movement because a lot of the people that were in the movement just to get Trump in office, when Trump got in office, they disappeared. And you'll notice your grassroots election integrity groups dropped down to almost nothing, right? Because they didn't see what was actually going on. That was the best strategic move on their part. I knew they were going to do it. I made this slide 2 years before the 24 election. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and they did it like clockwork. Unfortunately, I've been right 100% of the time. Every one of my gut instincts from 2020 has been dead on right. Thank God for that. I appreciate it. It's scaring the heck out of me, but thank you. They allowed Trump to win. You know how? Did you see a riot? No, no riots. Did they let us know right away? Yep. Did the media throw a fit? Nope. Because they planned. They didn't want us questioning the election. They wanted us to be happy little patriots while they stole all the down ballots because they've got the mechanisms to do it. And their intention was to retain control of the House and the Senate and give Trump the executive. And they couldn't quite pull it across because, God bless everyone, a lot of you did vote in person on election day. A lot of you were poll watchers. A lot of you helped clean up those voter rolls. It was the combined collective efforts of everyone that got us past that finish line. And get ready, because you're going to need to do exactly the same thing coming up here in a few months. It's going to take the combined, collective, focused, strategic efforts of everyone, full spectrum insurance to get the fairest possible election with the least amount of manipulations. We have to beat the cheat this year. We got to beat the cheat because they are going to take the House and the Senate. And do you think they're going to cheat? Absolutely, they're going to cheat because they know what's at stake. They're going to cheat every which way, and they're going to cheat right in front of your face, just like they did with Spencer Pratt. They don't care. It's like the criminal that walks in and steals your TV off the mantle while you're sitting on the couch. And you're like, excuse me, sir, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm stealing your TV. But that's wrong. That's illegal. I don't care. I'm stealing your TV. But I have evidence showing that you're stealing my TV. It's against this law and this law and this law. What's the criminal going to say? I'm stealing your TV. I don't care. Right? He's not going to stop. There's nothing you can say to convince him. You can't even demand that he stop stealing your TV. He's going to walk right out with that TV. But what happens when you got 10 of your friends standing beside you and say, I think you need to stop stealing that TV, sir? Do you think maybe then he might reconsider? That's what it's going to take. That's what they're afraid of. They are afraid of us. They are afraid of these huge numbers of people, but we have to create huge numbers of people. If there's only a small number of us, they're not going to be afraid. There are 320 plus million of us. Stand up. The time to stand up is right now. This is it. This is our final battle coming here. And that means each and every one of you has to work. You got to put time in. If you're not willing to put in 5 hours a week, you're not putting enough in. I'm telling you right now. If you come to this wonderful conference and you learn all this important information, do you think you somehow learning this information is going to fix the problem magically? Do you think we're going to have a fair election? No, we're not. You're going to have to take this information you learn, and then you're going to have to go home and you're going to have to say, okay, what impact am I going to make? What can I do? How am I going to move that ball down the road? Okay, each and every one of you has some talent of some kind. Everyone can do something. So you figure out what you can do and you do it. And if you need some guidance, I'm really easy to get a hold of. I'm happy to help you. You've got other election integrity groups. If you've already got a group and your group needs some guidance, please reach out to me. I'm happy to come in and do a remote session with you. I'll give you some guidance. I'll help you fine tune your path. I have no problem with that. I'll do everything I can. None of us get out of this alive, right? Not one of us get out of life alive. What impact are you going to leave? What impact is your soul going to leave on the souls of millions, billions of people after you? Think about that. Existentially, what impact are you going to have on everything, on the universe? What are you individually going to do and leave? We are extremely powerful if we use our power. If we work together, we are infinitely powerful. And that's why they tried to scare us into submission. Fear is their greatest tool. Our compliance is their greatest power. All we have to do is do what's right in great numbers and stand up to the evil, right? Evil prevails when good men do nothing. That's it. You do nothing, evil will prevail. You stand up to evil, I'll stand up right beside you. And I'll bet the person to the left of you and the person to the right of you will stand up right beside you. And if we all stand up together, we will crush evil. Period. It's that easy. I did pretty good here. I was going to spend 30 seconds on this slide. Amazing, huh? 24, 26, I already talked about. They're going to try to steal it. They're going to impeach Trump. They're going to impeach Vance. They're going to put Hakeem in there. And then it's going to be a 40-year fight. Our kids and our grandkids are going to be the ones suffering the consequences of our inaction. We cannot do that to them. We're not in this right now. You, everyone in this room, other than the younger crowd, you're not here for you. You're here for your kids. You're here for your grandkids and every future generation. Okay. Okay, is our election system broken? Raise your hand if you think our elections are broken. That is a lot of hands. Boy, you're all wrong. How do you like that? Our election systems are not broken. They're working exactly as they were designed. You have to understand that. Our election system was designed to take the citizens out of the elections. It was designed to subvert the people and control the outcome while keeping the little peasants at bay. They put on a little show to make us think we have freedom. We go through and mark our little dots, and they're able to override that. I guarantee they are. I got all the evidence. If I had hours to spend with you, I'd go through it all. What Ed Solomon showed here, what a lot of these other speakers have showed, yes, absolutely. And when I come to your county, I'll spend that time with you. I'll show you the insides. I might show you the insides of some of this stuff right now. I'm doing okay. I'm at 19 minutes. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna cruise through a lot of these slides now. This is what happens every time. Right here. There's our reality. Okay. That's what's going on. There are people that think they know better than you do. They have no intention, like I said, of giving this up. But I'll tell you what, that's not going to work for me. It's just not. I understand we need to be safe. I get that. But they went a little bit overboard here. And when they've turned a very loosey-goosey Swiss cheese election system into controlling the outcome of elections in this country and playing games like that on us, I'm done. I ain't doing it. And I hope each and every one of you are done as well and not doing it. Because when you get to the point where you're effing done, that's when they start to lose. We got to get organized and we got to stop this, and we're going to take this thing back. I'm going to show you this here. I don't know, some of you probably haven't seen this video, but it is important that I show you. I have some audio. Hopefully it will work here. And let's see here. One of these days I'm going to get a computer guy up here. There we go. Yeah, I heard that laugh. You're laughing at me. That's cool. That's cool. All right, let's see if we got this. Get it?
The election results are unlikely to be finalized on November 3rd, which is perhaps different than what we're used to in previous years. There will likely be disagreements about which ballots should be thrown away and for what reason. We've seen lots of court cases happening in this in many swing states around the country, and there's a chance that certain decisions around the election will take place in the courts.
I think we're going to start with our election simulation timeline to a meltdown today. Is everybody ready?
We're going to read out a brief scenario and then develop a plan based on that scenario.
So the teams are loosely based on.
These are the groups of
similar organizations in our
that are working
real world
against the American
we have
people, and they are American
Antifa.
citizens.
We have capital disruption.
Lincoln Project Senior Advisor Michael Steele was a leading figure in the Transitional Integrity Project, the source of the predictive models used to wargame out how to secure a Biden win.
Group number 2, the Nixon Project. The floor is yours.
Our strategic point of intervention, because we are prominent Republicans, we are first going to approach the mainstream media and to also lean into our networks, that we will use positions of corporate prominence to lock out all Republicans, including those on the Trump team, from future corporate jobs, media interviews, etc.
They practice with participants ranging from activist federal employees in senior executive services positions to protest agitators.
Everything from choose democracy to hold the line, to shut down, we count on us. I listed a few of those in the slides earlier, but they're the ones who are really in the vanguard of helping people think about, interpret red lines, and think about different actions that can be taken well beyond kind of street protests and demonstrations.
I'm going to go in thinking Antifa is going to be in coalition, but doing its thing and being on the radical end, but part of the package.
Making sure that we're naming what is happening as a coup.
Totally agreed. In the shutdown DC conversations that I've been having, and that's not on the federal side, we also are often saying, call it a coup. It's a coup. Don't let anyone tell you it's not.
From bureaucratic slowdown tactics to agent provocateur tactics, they were working together in unison towards a common goal, a Biden win regardless of any one of the four possible scenarios.
We should be clear, just gotta go. Trump's gotta go.
Throughout the fall of 2020, predictive headlines about Trump staging a coup during the election started circulating. Headlines were predicting Trump plans a white supremacist coup against a Biden win.
What the president is doing here is the most explicit that he has been about his plans for this election. He's plotting in open and public repeatedly a coup.
Leftist organizers were planning their so-called counter coup against President Trump. How were they able to plan against a coup that hadn't happened yet? Based off of an election result that no one would have predicted, yet miraculously they knew which states were going to be contested. Wow, how amazing. How did they get the precise election results they needed to match their predictive election response that they've been planning, practicing, and role-playing?
Okay. These people have been planning this for a long time. They planned 2020. They had it all ready to go. They knew exactly what they were going to do. They profiled everyone. They knew who was going to stand up, and they had plans. They had wargamed the entire thing out to take everyone out. J6 absolutely was total setup. They came to my house. The FBI came to my house on January 5th, the day before, showed up at my doorstep asking why I had a We the People banner on my Facebook page. And they asked me and I talked to them on my Ring doorbell because I wasn't in Colorado at the time, and they knew exactly where I was, but they were at my doorstep in Colorado asking me what I thought should happen the next day. Isn't that interesting? On J5, the day before, the FBI is asking me, what do you think should happen the following day at the Capitol? They tried to ask me that question probably 4 or 5 times. They wanted to get a soundbite from me. They wanted to most likely claim that I had something to do with the little show they put on J6, because they would have loved to have taken me out. But what I told them every single time they asked me, I hope people peacefully and patriotically let their voices be heard. That's exactly what our president at the time asked us all to do, and I kept repeating that over and over and over again. It was a show to manipulate the perception of the American people, to solidify a stolen election, to demonize every one of us that dared to question it. That's why they called us election deniers, suffering from election denialism. Okay, it's psychological warfare. They are lying. They run on lies and deception, mass deception. And that mass deception has gotten so big, it's turned into psychosis for a lot of American citizens. Okay, we've got citizens that have had mental breaks. The folks that are suffering TDS, it's not because they're bad people. It's because they're passionate people, and they've been deceived to the point where they can't even think logically. They blindly hate this man because they've been programmed to do so. So not only are we fighting, foreign enemies, domestic enemies that are in our own government, but we're fighting our own citizens who are brainwashed. It's not a fun thing to be in, but hey, God assigned you this job for a reason, okay? You get to wake up the rest of this nation. And we're going to save this republic. I'll tell you all that right now. We are going to save it because we are going to decide to save it, period. I think Bannon says, if you want it to be saved, it'll be saved. Okay, that's exactly what's going to happen. We're saving it, period. No matter what. All right, so hopefully we get some slides here. All right, let me get over here. Again, that computer guy thing. Okay. I usually have everything set up a little bit more in advance here. All right, see, we got this here. You cannot win a war if you don't know you're in one. You can't win a war if you don't know the goals of your enemy. You can't win a war if you don't know the tactics of your enemy. You can't win a war if you don't know the tools of your enemy. You can't win a war if you have no strategy. And you cannot win a war if you have inferior weapons. So it's time to step it up a little bit. We are in a war. I told you about this book. There they are. There's the series 1, 2, and 3. Grab them. Okay. And all right. Come on, quick. Coffee. I told you I was going to go quick today. Come on. Okay, you got 3 seconds left. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Okay, good. All right. Election manipulation. It's an entire process. It's not just the machines. Okay. They got bribery, blackmail, threats. That's old school. They got political manipulation, mainstream media, social media manipulation, technological manipulation, big tech, public education, then selection placement, where they pick the people they want to put in office and throw them in office, or at least try to, like, Victor Marks in Colorado, the fake candidate. Hey, Victor. Technological manipulation is what I'm going to focus on here. And I'm going to go very, very quickly because I have very short time. 4 main components of our election system: voter registration, voter validation, tabulation, and reporting. Voter registration controls the number of ballots in circulation. The voter validation controls which of those ballots get counted. Tabulation controls how those ballots get counted. That's really important because that's like Ed Solomon's work. And the reporting system controls the totals that we all see. If any one of those 4 legs are manipulated, and not in our control, we can't trust the results at the end. And right now, we have no control of all 4 of them. But I know how to get them all back. I have a plan, and I'm starting to work on that. There are 3 main places elections are abusable in the technological component: in the voting itself, pre-county, at county, and post-county. Those are your 3 main areas. Where they can monitor the results of the election without even what's on the ballots. And I'm going to go through that process here in a second. They've built a very brilliant, covert way to do it. It's very subtle, sleight of hand. And once you see it, you'll say, oh my gosh, how did we not see that? They've developed this, and they use it to know what the results are. If they know what the results are, and they know what they want them to be, it's a simple subtraction, and all they have to do is stuff in the phantom ballots to counter the real votes, and boom, they can manipulate it. And the beauty of this way is they do it before the ballots get to the county. So your county officials, your good, honest county officials, won't know this is happening. They have no way to find out if it's happening unless they really start digging. But they don't dig because other people are responsible for all these systems. And when they try to start digging, they get Tina Petered. Okay, that's the problem. God bless Tina Peters. Is Tina Peters here? She's in the back room. All right, there we go. God bless this woman. Okay, not one, and I think maybe we'll get her out here just to wave or something. Not one other clerk has stood up in the entire nation. Any other election official, any clerk has stood up to this demonic force like Tina Peters has stood up to it. That, I mean, can you imagine, could you do that? Could you fight this machine, this Goliath, almost by yourself? When the entire weight of them is crushing you, still stand strong. When they crush you down to almost nothing and then give you an out and say, if you just apologize and say you're wrong, we'll let you off everything. And you don't take that, and you tell them where they can shove it, that takes courage. That right there, Tina Peters has more courage in her pinky than most every other American has in their entire body, I can tell you that. And I can see why she raised a Navy SEAL. Remington. At the county is a tabulation system, okay? If you have bad actors at the county, they can manipulate your elections. If you've got bad clerk or bad election officials, they can manipulate it. You'll never see it. They know exactly how to do it. They've got a bunch of different ways to do it. If the voting system vendor or one of the contractors wants to manipulate the election under the nose of your election officials, they can do it too inside the tabulators, inside that tabulation system, the EMS system that Martine talked about. They can do it there too. And in fact, I happen to know Tina Peters fairly well because I'm Tina Peters' lead forensic guy. So those voting system images I was the one that first examined them and was the first one on the team. Mesa County Reports 1 and 2 were my work and Doug Gould's work. So I know it extremely well. Let me ask you guys, thank you. Show of hands, how many people have seen inside this system the Tina Peters image? How many of you have seen that? Raise your hand. Seen my demo of it? Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna do it then. All right, I'm gonna veer off, and we're gonna do that here in just a second. Okay, Post County. After your election officials conduct the election, they've got to get the results off this system. And then they got to take those results and they got to somehow get it to the next phase. You know, at the end of the night, it shows up on TV, right? Election night. Have you ever wondered, how does your ballot, from after you fill the choices out, how does it get from the point you fill your choices out to show up on the TV screen on a ticker? Right? I hadn't thought, I felt really stupid in November 2020 when I first thought about that, thought, gosh, I have no idea how that works. And I figured people there, when I was working out in DC, I was called to go out there. None of them knew the answer either. They had little bits and pieces of it. And then I started talking to election officials. They didn't know the answer. Can you imagine conducting an election and not knowing the flow of the votes all the way through it? I mean, but I'm that kid. When I was a little kid and I had a tool set, I took everything apart in the house because I like to know how every little thing works. I understand that that's not normal. So that's okay. That's just the way my brain works. A lot of people argue how elections are stolen. It's D, all of the above. Stop arguing. It's ballots, it's tabulators, it's this, it's that. It's all of it. They do it all, and they pick and choose what part they want to use everywhere. It's really, really easy. And they want to do that on purpose because they don't want people to see the patterns. They're not stupid. Election math. Virtual voter registrations plus virtual votes equals what? Virtual results, right? If you have virtual registration records, like some fake registration records, and they're putting fake votes in, even mixed in with real stuff, you're still gonna get fake results, right? Virtual results equals virtual freedom. Our freedom is a facade if we don't have elections that 100% accurately, verifiably, and transparently reflect our will, period. So we got two groups, psychological contrast here. We got group A, the citizens, who feel elections are a tool to measure the will of the people, for them to determine who they want to represent them and what laws they want to follow. Group B, the other guys, are the criminals. You have to know your enemy. KYE, know your enemy. Corrupt elections, they look at it totally differently. They look at elections as a tool to obtain and maintain power, launder money, and control laws in a covert manner without the citizens figuring it out. We think elections are a patriotic way to represent our will. They think elections are a way to steal. We're not the same. We are very different, and you have to understand that. We are not up against people that are a little confused. We are not up against people who are really trying to make sure voting's accessible to all. That's the bullshit, okay? And of course, we want to make voting accessible to all as long as we do not open up any risk that someone could manipulate it that would end up disenfranchising the very people we are trying to make voting accessible to, because otherwise that's kind of insane, right? Of course. Corrupt elections are a tool that will destroy America. And Group B is actually communists. And corrupt elections are the communist sleight of hand, and we are living through that right now. That's exactly what is happening to this nation. And communists come in a lot of flavors and colors. They want to destroy this nation. They want to destroy what this nation was founded on. They don't want people to be free, right? Collectivism versus individualism, right? America is based on individualism, not collectivism. Let's see, we got 36. All right, we're doing okay here. I'll go through this, of course, super quick because that's the way I roll. In a normal election, you know how a normal election works, so I'm not going to bother. But can you imagine between collecting the ballots and tabulating the ballots, what if I had that ballot box off to the side and Bob and Mary are running for an election, okay? Let's say Bob and Mary are running for each other. I'm on Team Mary. I pull the ballot box off to the side, interrupting the process. No one knows I have it. And if I wanted Mary to win, what could I do? I could open that box up. I could count all those ballots, and I could see how many votes Mary's shy, right? If Mary is shy by 10 votes, what could I do? I could stuff in 10 votes for Mary, right? I could take out some Bob votes. I could do a little from column A and a little from column B too, right? I could swap the ballots, right? You kind of want to swap them if you're stealing it, if you're a bad guy, because if you add votes or you take them out, then the numbers of ballots change, and then you know, the citizens, the peasants, we're told, well, just check the numbers, make sure the totals are the same, like the number of pieces of paper. Like if you have 10 people that walked in to vote, and you should have 10 ballots, right? And we're told if that matches, everything else is fine. That's how stupid they think we are. So the bad guys are just going to swap the ballots out. The other thing they could do is fill in undervotes. If you don't like Bob or Mary and you're voting on that ballot and you leave them both blank, you've just left a free vote for someone. So if they get their hands on that ballot, they could fill out a free vote for Bob or Mary on your ballot without having to do any work. Just fill in an oval and it's done. Don't leave undervotes on your ballots, please. Not a good idea. Now, if they have a little problem here, because what if Mary is not very popular? What if no one likes Mary? And they're going to steal the election for Mary. Would anyone believe that Mary legitimately won? They probably wouldn't believe it. But if they have control of the media, what they'll do is they'll condition the public to believe the result before the election. So what they'll do, if I'm a bad guy, I'm going to do some puff pieces on Mary, and I'm going to do some hit pieces on Bob. That's how you do it in the media, right? So you do some hit pieces on Bob. You say, Bob is under investigation for walking around and littering in City Park. Threw trash everywhere. He's under investigation. Then you're going to do another one a week later, and you're going to say, Bob is now under investigation while he was walking around in City Park. Someone saw him kick a cat, like a football. He kicked a cat. And then the next week, I'm going to do a little puff piece on Mary. I'm going to say Mary got together a team of people, went to City Park, and they all picked up trash to clean up the city. And then a few days later, there's going to be a big, big story. Mary, while she was there in the park, heard a little meow. And she looked up, and there was a cat somehow that got stuck in a tree. No one knows how the cat got there, but they think it was Bob. And Mary climbed up the tree all by herself and rescued that kitten. Isn't Mary amazing? Then they steal the election for Mary, right? But what if they still can't get people to believe it enough? Well, then they got to have a great big campaign rally, right? They have a rally for Mary, but no one shows up because no one really likes Mary, right? So then what they've got to do is they say, well, we got to make people believe Mary's popular. So let's use AI and we'll fake a big audience. So they fake a great big audience, and then everyone knows it's AI because everyone's wearing like, you know, the same shirt and their faces are all the same. And so we call that off because we're getting too smart for that game. Then after that, they say, well, we got to get real people there. So they go on Craigslist and they put ads and they try to hire people to come in, pay them $10 an hour to stand there. And they bring the buses in, but then they still can't find people to come in because Mary is such an idiot. No one would ever believe that anyone would vote for her. So then what do? They pick up their phone. Hey, Beyonce, can you come to an event here? And Beyonce says, yeah, sure, I'll be there. Perfect, great. Then they advertise that Beyonce's coming to this Mary campaign rally, and then everyone shows up. Are they there to see Mary or Beyonce? Probably Beyonce, right? So they all show up to see Beyonce. Then, of course, Beyonce can't sing because if Beyonce sings, it's a campaign contribution, right? They can't have that. So then everyone's like, well, why didn't she sing? She just showed up. Because it was to lure the people there to get the photo shoot. What's Mary's real name? Kamala Harris. Yeah, you just lived through that. And if you look back at previous elections, you'll realize they've been doing this to us for a long time. There's a reason why the people that have been doing this bought all the media. They bought the media to have control over what the people see. And if you control what people see, you can control what they think. And if you control what they think, you can control what they do. These people are disgusting, what they have done. Now, third order election manipulation works a little bit differently, and this is what mostly is going on now that I told you I was going to explain that feedback loop to you. Here it is. So they start with staging operation. They use the FBI, DHS, CIA, and CISA, and mainstream media as propaganda tools because they've taken over a lot of those agencies. I'm sure there are good people there, but they have infiltrated those agencies and taken them over, and hopefully they're getting cleaned out now. I don't know if they are. I'm happy to help. If anyone good is there, I'm more than happy to help you guys out. Then they tell us election officials are under attack. They do that to create an artificial wedge between election officials and the citizens because they don't want the election officials siding with the citizens, because if the election officials start asking the same questions, then they'll figure it out much quicker because they have more access. So they had to do that early on to create that wedge to get the election officials on their side. A lot of them will use the county clerks associations, National Association from Secretary of State. All these different associations are control mechanisms to keep people in the dark and control that group of people. They'll tell us to expect delays in the results. Why are they going to say that? Because there's going to be delays in the results because they're cheating and it takes some time to clean everything up. And if they just cheat and there's delays without telling us to condition us that there's going to be delays, we're going to say, wait a minute, what's the delay for? But if they condition all the peasants and tell them that you're going to see delays, you're going to see delays, you're going to see delays, then when there are delays, you're going to say, oh yeah, they've been saying that. This is what they're doing to us. They'll also tell us the elections are the gold standard. In my state, Jenna Griswold, that crazy loon, who's running, by the way, of course, right? Totally crooked Secretary of State is running for Attorney General. I mean, this is the bizarro world we live in, but that's what corrupted elections allow them to do. Because all they have to do is get on the ballot, they rig the election, boom, they're in. That's it. It's the full takeover. And they're going full throttle now. So she told everyone in Colorado that Colorado's elections are the gold standard. Well, as I started traveling around, I go to another state and they say, well, our elections are the gold standard. I said, well, wait a minute. Your elections can't be the gold standard because our elections are the gold standard in Colorado. They said, no, we're told our elections are the gold standard. So we're going to have a fight about, it's not gold standard. It's elections are the fool's gold standard. And I'm tired of being a fool. And I hope you are too. We're done with this. They use the logic and accuracy test to create a false sense of accuracy. That's what they give our clerks. And I'll tell you, most clerks are good, honest, patriotic Americans that are trying to do their best they can. They are trapped. They are trapped by corrupt people in positions of power. And they're threatened, they're coerced, they're lied to, they're deceived, and they think all the citizens hate them because they've been programmed that way. And a few of them finally break through. Obviously, Tina Peters is the exception. She made it right through right from the beginning. And there's a few others, they're just too scared to say anything. I've been traveling all around the nation. I've been to probably almost 45 states so far. There are election officials that have told me, Mark, I know there's problems. I'm too afraid to say anything. I don't want to get Tina Petered. I have a family. I have a wife or I have a husband. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I've heard people say that. Can you imagine how disgusting that is? Not for them to say it, but for them to have to say it, for them to be put in that position, to feel threatened that they can't talk about the truth. In the United States of America, they can't talk about the truth. They can't even ask questions. And their job is to help conduct those elections for the American people. And they're not even allowed to do their job because these criminals won't let them. I'm not angry at all, as you can tell. They subtly raise the margin of human error. They conduct a manipulated election. They design the risk-limiting audit to minimize the error detection. They've engineered the audit to not find the manipulation. They're engineered audits. People do not understand that. And there's many different ways they do it, but they all do the same thing. They don't find the fraud. And they're made that way to confuse everyone, to make them think, well, there's no problem. We did the RLA. Don't bother counting the dots on the piece of paper. What we're going to do is you're just going to hope and pray, and then we're going to do all this other stuff to make you feel good about it. When, of course, we could just count the dots, right? Because they're right there. They're literally right there. No, you can't count the dots. We got to do all this other crap to try to convince you everything's right, that the dots are right. It would be stupid. You're too dumb to count dots on a piece of paper, peasants. If I handed you a stack of paper and said, count the dots on the paper, you'd just sit there and stare at it, right? I'm pretty sure anyone in this room could do it.
I was going to say, Mark, July 5th of last year, with him and the great Shelby Bush, we had 12 to 17-year-old kids do it faster than the adults with 100% accuracy. And they go, the machines are hard, this is easy.
And the kids did it with about 5 minutes of watching the adults do it. They didn't have instructions. They watched over the shoulders of the adults. They figured it out on their own, went and did it. 12 to 17 years old. They nailed it, 100% accurate in 2 minutes quicker than the adults that have been traveling all over Arizona training people for a year. Of course, kids can see and hear, so that kind of helps too. Kids are very good at doing that. They condition the gullible to trust the risk-limiting audits. They've got everyone thinking the RLA is the best thing in the world. In different states, they call it slightly different things, okay? Post-election audit, RLA, it's all the same crap. They explain any mistakes they do find as isolated human errors. So if you're lucky enough to find a mistake, they'll say, oh, it was just a glitch. Like, it's an election oopsie. They make so many election oopsies, it's pretty cool. But when you're in the county, and you only see an oopsie in your county, and you don't see all the other oopsies in all the other counties like I do as I travel all around, you don't really understand what you're looking at. But when you see oopsie, 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 it looks a little bit like crap. Then they claim if you do find a bunch of mistakes, they'll tell you this. Well, all the mistakes there, it wouldn't change the results of the election. So we're not going to bother investigating, right? You'll hear that a lot. It's below the margin of loss, so we're not going to bother investigating it. Then they create headroom. The citizenship question off the census. Do you remember that many years ago and we couldn't figure out why they removed that question? Like, do you really think people are breaking into our country to fill out the census? Do you remember any of the riots from all the illegals that were breaking in, demanding to fill the census out? Do you guys remember those riots? The year of what? Nothing, because it didn't effing happen? Because people aren't breaking into the country and demanding to fill out the census? Hey, I broke into the country. Can I have some paperwork to tell you who I am and where I'm at? Give me a break. They removed the question to create a census that's now unverifiable, to be able to inflate the census. Can you have 2,000 people registered to vote if you only have a population of 1,000? Nope. And if you're stuffing a bunch of voter registration records in to create headroom in order to manipulate the election, you can't have more voters than you have population. So first you have to inflate the census, inflate the population to create headroom so you can then inflate the voter registration records. And there's a number of different ways they creatively do that so they don't get caught or they have plausible deniability on, oh, it was a typo and oh, it was that and oh, it was that. Look at Dr. Jerome Corsi's work, absolutely brilliant. Andrew Paquette, Dr. Andrew Paquette is absolutely brilliant as well. He's found and cracked the code like Ed Solomon has in the tabulators. Jerome Corsi and Andrew Paquette cracked the code in the voter registrations. People, they have engineered the theft of this nation. In fact, if you go to my website, handcountroadshow.org, and you click on that picture of the RV, you can download a brief I wrote for Jim Jordan, and it's titled, Engineered Theft of a Superpower. And I wrote that for him 2 years ago. And it was handed to him, right to his hands, the day before the weaponization hearings. And my name and number right in there, not a peep. It was also handed to a lot of other members of Congress. I was a little naive back then. I figured if the right people got this information, they'd say, oh, we're going to do something about this. But here's the serious story here. They already know. They know elections are manipulated. That's the game they play. It's this team versus this team up there in the club. As George Carlin says, it's a big club and you and I are not in that club, okay? The club plays a cheating game while we all get effed down here. That's what's happening. Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, I don't care. We are all getting the short end of the stick. We have to understand that this is not a D versus R thing at all. It's not a color thing. It's not a sex thing. It's not a religion thing. It's literally a bunch of criminals who want to control our elections and the people that need to control the elections. That's it. They've used the mainstream media, social media, and officials to condition the public. They tell us there's going to be record voter registrations, of course, because they're going to stuff a bunch of voter registrations in. So when they stuff all the registrations in, if they just showed up, we'd say, wait a minute, where all those come from? But if they condition the public first, they're really good at doing that. If they condition us first and say, there's record voter registration this year, and you see all these voter registration drives all over the place, and you got some tall, skinny, long-haired guy prancing around the whole country, taking in millions of dollars, doing these mass voter registrations. What great cover to stuff the voter rolls everywhere, right? They've taken the voter registration away from the counties. They've outsourced them to NGOs. They have motor voter pretty much everywhere in every state now because their goal is just to get as many voter registration records in the system as possible because that means they can stuff in phantom ballots to counter the real votes. That's that front end manipulation, the pre-counting manipulation. They're also registering our underage kids to vote, right? They do that because when they turn 18, those records automatically activate. Also what happens when they're 18, they kind of go off to college, right? So they're not even there at home anymore. So why would you want to get someone pre-registered to vote in a place they won't even be at? Unless you just want to stuff those voter rolls as much as possible. That's why they're doing it. They create phantom voters. They create new records or tweak existing. If they tweak existing and just change like a letter or a number, then they can claim, oh, it was a typo. So they do that often. You'll see that all the time. They also inhibit pruning of ineligible records. If your dog Fido got registered to vote somehow, and you walked in there with Fido and said, my dog got a ballot, somehow he's on the voter rolls. Can you please get him off the voter rolls? That clerk would look at you. Uh-oh. All right. That is, I wish it was. So what they'll do is you'll say, Miss Clerk, Fido is registered to vote somehow. And Miss Clerk would look down and say, well, I can see it's a dog. I see the dog tag says Fido, but unfortunately, law, I have to wait for Fido to not vote in 2 presidential election cycles before I can remove him for the voter rolls. Look at you with a straight face and tell you that. Because our clerks, a lot of them have been so brainwashed or are so scared to veer or to say anything, they just follow state law blindly. It's crazy. Feedback loop. Measure, assess, adjust, and act. Here's how this works. Mainstream media, FBI, DHS, CIA, CISA as conditioning tools. They tell us there's going to be record voter participation. Okay? Then the citizens cast their votes. They monitor who votes. Okay? Here's how they do it. If I knew what your party affiliation was, what is it, by the way? Are you Republican or Democrat or Libertarian? Right there, you. Republican. Okay, all right. So you're Republican. So I would have a pretty good idea of what your ballot's going to look like if I had to guess what you're going to vote, right? I'd be like 90% right. Okay. Now, what if I had all this other data on you? What if I bought all that free data that's harvested from your cell phone? All your Amazon purchase data, your Visa data, all your tweets, everything about you I got. And if I got all that information, I knew everything about you, then how close would I be on your ballot? About 99.9%, right? I'd know pretty much every way you're going to vote. So it's very simple to take all this data, build a profile on every single American citizen to know exactly how they're going to vote. They already know what's on the ballot. They've got a profile built on you. They just need to know if you have voted. Now, how are they going to know if you voted? Well, if you vote by mail, they've built this wonderful system called a mail-in ballot tracking system. And they told all of us they built it for us because, you know, the peasants are stupid and we believe crap like that. And then if they tell us they're going to build it for us, we're going to end up paying for it. And if they get caught building it, they don't really get caught because they told us they were building it. But they didn't build it for our convenience. They built it for their convenience to know when we put a ballot in the mail. And if they know you put a ballot in the mail and they already have a profile on you, they can build a predictive election result model. Do you remember that video we watched a little while ago? It talked about predictive modeling. There's your predictive model. They build a predictive election result model just by knowing you have deposited a ballot in the mail. And if you show up in person to vote, you get checked in on an electronic poll book. When you get checked in on that electronic poll book, they know immediately you showed up in person to vote. And so it doesn't matter whether you vote by mail or you vote in person, they know you're there and they can fortify their predictive election result model. If they know what the results of the election are in their model and they know what they want them to be, all they have to do is subtract, and they know exactly what ballots and what needs to be on those ballots as they stuff them in to counter your votes. It's really easy. How are they going to do that? Oh, mail-in ballots. Amazing. Because a received mail ballot, nobody has any idea who filled that ballot out. It doesn't matter what's on the signature. It doesn't matter if the signature is perfect. How do you know who filled out the ballot inside the envelope? How would any election official know who filled out that ballot inside the envelope? The answer is there is no way for anyone to know who filled the ballot out. The signature is a distraction to confuse the peasants. That's all it is. It's a warm fuzzy. It's a false sense of security. It's a facade. Mail-in ballots, the entire security of mail-in ballots, we are told, is the signature verification. It's BS. It's designed improperly from the get-go. It's defective in its design right from the start on purpose. These people are not stupid. They're very intelligent. That's why we can't have mail-in ballots. But if I monitor all that information about you, I can feed my result model, I can calculate what's needed, and I just stuff the votes in. Now, could I do that all in one day? I could not do it in one day. I need a little bit more time to do that. So what am I going to do? I want to extend the voting period. If I just did that, the peasants would say, no, do not do that. We have election day only. The Constitution says election day. Okay, what they're going to do is they're going to say, well, you're all very busy. So for your convenience, what we're going to do is we're going to give you a couple days of early voting for your convenience. It's actually for theirs, but they tell us it's for ours. And then 2 days is enough. They start with 3 and then 5 and then, oh, that county has 7 days and that state has 14 days. And do you know some states have 45 days of early voting now? The reason they want the early voting is because it gives them opportunities to get all that information to build their model early enough so they have plenty of time to put those votes in the system. It backfired though, originally. Here's why. Raise your hand if you're a procrastinator. All procrastinators, raise your hand. Okay, everyone that has not raised their hands yet is just procrastinating, so we'll wait. Told you. See, I know things. My gut is always right. Everyone procrastinated. And what would happen is everyone waited till election day anyway, and it wasn't working for them. So they had to condition the public to vote as early as possible. So what did they do? They took advantage of anything bad that happened on election day, even induced some things on election day, and then they plastered that all over the media to scare everyone blindly to vote as early as possible. Like if you ask someone suffering TDS, why don't you like them? They can't even answer, they just get angry. If you ask someone that votes early, why do you vote early? They can't really answer that either. They come up with like, oh, there could be a snowstorm or there could be this. They can't really rationalize a real answer. Some people can, but very few. Can we all vote on election day if we want? Yes, absolutely. Most all of us could vote on election day because somehow we did it for like over 150 years. All right, and we have even better transportation these days. I'm pretty sure we can get our butts to go vote. It's all a frickin' scam, intelligent people. So they do that. They've got early voting. And then what happens on election day voters? They hate election day voters because they don't get any advanced data. When election day voters show up, they have no idea how you're going to vote or if you're going to vote. They don't know anything. Then when you show up, they know they can count your vote, but they know only on that day. So what do they have to do? They got to stuff ballots in after election day, and then they've got to give you like a week for them to show up because, you know, the U.S. Postal Service, they get surprised every time. They're like, have you ever been driving and all of a sudden like a tree just pops up out of nowhere and you run right into the tree? Like that's what happens, I guess, to election day also with USPS is like, oh damn, we have an election, it just popped up out of nowhere. We weren't ready for it. I'm pretty sure they knew election day was coming, but somehow the U.S. Postal Service, which barely delivers any mail anymore because everyone's emailing, they suddenly just can't get ballots delivered every single time. They're just too inundated, too slow to get ballots delivered. That's what they're feeding in the counter for the election day ballots. It's really simple. And if they still can't pull it off, well, they just have their override. It's real simple. They override it. They stop counting in the middle of the night. They feed you results. Everyone freaks out. They say, oh, don't worry. Those are the unofficial results. Just settle down, everyone. And then they drag it out and drag it out and drag it out. And they put out the official results right before it's got to be certified. So we have no time to actually do anything about it because people aren't going to verify the unofficial. They're going to have to wait till the official come out to start verifying, and then, oh, you only have 2 days. They have gamed this entire thing out, and I'm happy to go over in detail how they do this when we meet. Then they shuffle the voter registrations. They backfill any results. They'll backfill paper. They'll delay any potential audits like Maricopa County that took forever. They publish their official results, and then everything matches magically. All right, I'm not going to go into, unfortunately, Hyder, you luck out, my friend. We don't have to go into you here. All right. So, oh, we had the Tina Peters thing. I was going to show you this. Boy, it's tough. All right, can I do this I don't want to steal time away from some very important people. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to not show you the vote flipping right now, but maybe I'll talk to Ed and I'll see if I can get maybe 10 minutes later on after dinner, or if we have a break, maybe we can squeeze something in and I will show you all the built-in software on the voting system that allow you to flip the results of the election, okay? Built in, it's really important. I'm just gonna have to do this really quick, screw it. We'll have to do it really quick. We'll take time elsewhere, sorry. It's just too important. I mean, these guys are here, so it has to happen. All right, hold on. I can do it quick, turns out. Okay, here we go. Look at I already screwed it up. All right, let's see here. Find it, there we go. Okay, so let's go here. You're gonna see the world's fastest election flipping extravaganza here. So this is the EMS server, and this is the system that aggregates all the votes. I found SQL Server tools in here, not supposed to be on here. This is a tool built into the voting system, automatically built in, and this is on Tina's image, the before image. Okay, this software should not be on here, but watch what it allows me to do. I don't even have to put a password here. I can just click connect. It goes right into the database. So think about that. Like, don't you think these voting system vendors, do you think they might have add a password? You know, it might be safer if you add a password to it. You shouldn't be able to go into all these elections. Look at this. I can go right into the election here. This is the 2020 general election, by the way. And watch this here. I can edit. That means I can make changes to it really easily. And I can actually flip votes. Now, I want to show you this. Let's pull the results first of the election. because you won't even know if I actually was able to successfully do it if we don't look at the results. And we'll look at stored procedures. And there we go. Contest results. And we're going to run this to pull the results of the election there. And here is running the query. Oh my gosh, 8%. This is quick. This is gonna be quick. Okay, look at that. Biden, 31,000. Trump, 56,000. Right? Okay, now watch this here. I'm gonna go over here. And this is a tool built into the voting system, by the way. Built in. I'm gonna change this number from 1 to a 2. That's all I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna find Trump. Right there. I'm gonna change that 2 to a 1. I changed 2 numbers, right? Let's run the results again. Watch this. What do you know? Biden, 56,000, Trump, 31,000. With a tool built into the voting system, I was able to flip the results of that election just now. That's all I needed. That simple. Now, I've got a flash drive right here. See it? Okay, I'm going to plug this flash drive into my computer right now. And I'm going to keep my hands up here so you can see I'm not typing this. But this flash drive is a special flash drive, and it is pulling up another backdoor utility on the voting system that's already built into it, by the way. Oh my gosh. This is going to be really interesting. I do. I don't know if you can get it in time, though. Oh, uh-oh. Don't you love it when computers do stuff that you don't want them to do? All right. Let me see if I can close this without, there we go. Okay, we're going to try this again. Lenovo, please. Just last. Come on, battery. Pray. Pray to the battery gods, everyone. So it's pulling up the other backdoor utility on here. And what it's going to do is it's going to go into the database, and it's going to run. It is USB, yeah. I might have got it. We'll see if we got it in time. I did. Okay, so it just did it, and it disappeared without leaving a trace. Okay, now watch this. We're going to pull these results again. Okay, contest results, execute stored procedure. I love Patriots. That's great. All right, now we'll rerun it. Now watch the results. Look at that. Biden, 31,000, Trump, 56. It just swapped the results by plugging in a flash drive. Now, everyone here, open up your phones and look for your wireless networks, and you tell me when you see wireless backdoor, because this little flash drive is not only a keyboard emulator that runs a backdoor that's already on the voting system, but it also is a wireless access point that lets you get right into the voting system to flip the results of the election from wherever you're sitting or outside. Raise your hand, the first person that sees it. There we go. You cannot secure these systems. There is no way, there's nothing you can do to secure the system. And I'm going to unplug it because I don't want any of you screwing up with my presentation. Okay, I had to show you all that, and there's plenty more I could show you too, but that was really important. Okay, let me hit a few last things I wanted to go into. Oh, see, I can never do this in time. Okay, follow me on X, Patriot Mark Cook, very important. And I think I'll do these last ones here. I've been traveling all over the country, by the way. And this is my route on handcountroadshow.org. If you have not signed up for a visit, please sign up. Even if it's a remote visit, I need to educate people. There's so much critical information I have to get to the citizens here. Also, I've been helping with South Korea's elections. I got called about a year ago to start looking at South Korea's stuff. And I started looking at it, and I saw the same things that were happening here, the same Swiss cheese election system I saw there too. And I said, oh my gosh, you guys have a problem. It's the same thing's about to happen in South Korea. I guarantee it. Here's what they're doing. Here's how they're going to do it. And then a few months ago, I got a call. I did a presentation remotely. I did another presentation about a month later with a great group of people from South Korea. And we've actually created this little task force, a united task force, and they are coming, right? Come on down. All right, so we're going to welcome our South Korean friends because they just had a very corrupt election a few days ago, like on 6/3. They had that election, but they listened to the guidance I provided, and they got tons of very valuable data, and they caught them. They caught their elections getting stolen. Okay. And these people are amazing heroes. Now they're in the same boat. They're right now in the 2020 phase. Like they caught them like we caught them, but now they're fighting their own government, right? That's corrupt. And so Dr. Frank, by the way, I could not go out there. They wanted me to go out before the election. I couldn't make it out because of what I was doing with the roadshow and all this. So Dr. Frank went out on site. So he went and spent about a week or 10 days or something out in South Korea on the ground, going 2 weeks, going site to site to site, seeing all of it with his own eyes. And if you don't know who Dr. Douglas Frank is, I'm going to let him explain to you the background. How many of you people know who Dr. Frank is? Raise your hand. I'm expecting a room full here. Oh, then you are in for a huge treat. Come on up here, though. All right, we got our friends here. I'm going to let him do the introductions. And I'll jump back in after. I'm going to bring them in. We're going to do a South Korea focus. And I'm going to stay up here because we're going to all talk together, but mostly it's going to be them. And then I'm going to finish up with about a 5-minute closing at the end of that.
Do we want to put the chairs out so they can sit on them?
Yes, we'll get the chairs out. Yeah, if you thank you. He's not only is he a brilliant mathematician and an incredible presenter and a hilarious teacher as well, and he can sing. I don't know if you know this, but the man can sing. Maybe he'll grace us with a little bit of something. Come on up, and I'll let him do intros. Let me get a mic here. And he can take chairs here. There you go.
Good.
Okay.
Come on up, brother.
Come on, everyone come on in. Thank you, thank you.
So you two ladies, come right up here to the front. Very good. They're figuring it out. All right.
While they do that,
Come
we
on
are
up
fighting
here.
the same war. Okay, we're just in two different nations, but we are going to unite against this common enemy because the enemy is corrupted elections and it's destroying their nation. It's
They're
destroying
good at
our
math,
nation.
but not good at flag folding. There we go. All right, there we go. Come on up here in front. All right. So right now, as we speak, and I'm not exaggerating, there are hundreds of thousands of people in South Korea that have surrounded their Seoul Athletic Stadium, and they are waving flags. Let's wave flags. Woo! And they are shouting Yoon again. And why are they shouting Yoon again? Because he's the president that they did elect that's now in prison. And so they've lost the presidency. So I thought we would help them out and we would join them for a moment. So wave the flag and everybody say with me, hold up the Yoon again signs. We're going to say Yoon again, Yoon again, Yoon again, Yoon again, Yoon again. All right, good, we got that. The other thing they're saying, and it's amazing to have, I got to stand in front of like 50,000 people. It's kind of a crazy thing. There's a mixture of people. I'll tell you about it in a minute. But they're also saying re-election. But that's not quite the way they're saying it, right? Chuhyun, how are they saying re-election?
부정선거, 재선거. It means election fraud and re-election. 네.
Re-election.
네.
So we'll say re-election because I don't think you could say that. All right, so let's help them out. We're going to say re-election. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Re-election, re-election, re-election. Very good. And what's fun is they're doing also waving American flags because they really want us to help them. They're desperate. They're very concerned because they've lost their presidency. It's now, they don't say communists, they say they're leftists, but they're communists. They're leftists, and they've lost their National Assembly as well. That's like our Congress. It's now to the left after guess what? 2 corrupt elections in a row, okay? So they've lost their country. The judiciary is corrupt. Does that sound familiar? Okay. And so they have no recourse, and North Korea is right there with China right there, and so they are desperate. So they're also asking for hand counting. How about that? So let's join the chant. Let's say hand counting. Ready? Hand counting, hand counting, hand counting, hand counting. All right, good. Isn't it fun to be part of like 1 million people chanting at once? That's pretty good. You just join them over there. And then there's one other chant that they're doing. They're saying same day or one day. What are they saying? Same day or one day? Translate.
Same day election.
Same day election. What they mean by that is one day elections, like we have. So let's say same day elections. Ready, and same day elections. Same day elections. Same. Very good. All right. I think that's good enough for our little demonstration. Thank you, ladies. And maybe the rest of you can sit down and I'll introduce them to you. Thank you. Very good. Go ahead and have a seat. Yes, sure. Sure. Isn't this fun?
I love it. I love it. I'm so glad they're here. I've been on the phone with them for a couple weeks, and it is wonderful to be able to see them. We might have more chairs than we need. Oh, you probably want. Should I move all my stuff?
Yeah, plug my HDMI in here.
Let me move all my stuff for him.
Yeah.
Keep on going though.
I think my computer's turning on. But in the meantime, so what happened is I got a call from Mike Lindell because the former prime minister, Huang Qian, is the former prime minister and was president for 2 years. He came to CPAC. He brought his translator with him, Jennifer, and they gave a speech at CPAC. I think that deserves a response from him. So I'm just going to shut up and let him respond. What would you say to the people today?
첫째는 만나서 반갑습니다.
First of all, I'm very happy to meet you all.
특별히 한미가 만나서 반갑습니다.
I think it's special because Korea is meeting United States.
둘째는 정의가 세워지는 날이어서 기쁩니다.
And it is the day when justice is prevailing.
거짓과 겹겹이 쌓여있는 부정선거가 드러날 때가 다 되었기 때문에 여러분과 함께 기뻐하고 싶습니다.
I want to be joyful together with you because the days of election fraud will be numbered. It'll be all exposed.
셋째로 이제 승리가 얼마 남지 않았습니다.
The day of victory is near.
오래 싸웠고 힘들었고 어려웠지만 이제는 고지가 바로 눈앞에 보이는 것 같습니다.
The fight was long and arduous to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll just play it without audio.
미국에서는 트럼프 대통령이 그들을 다 걷어버리고 있습니다.
In the United States, President Trump has worked well and has made all the evil forces behind election fraud go away.
대한민국에서도 이제 바뀌어가고 있습니다. 지금 서울에는 정말 큰 집회가 열려지고 있는데 잠실에 올림픽 공원에서 정말 수많은 사람들이 모여서 정의를 외치고 있습니다.
South Korea is also changing. At this very moment in Olympic Park, hundreds of thousands of young people are demonstrating against election fraud.
Thank you very much.
Did we do it right? All right, start. 감사합니다 means thank you. I had to learn a little bit. So this, what you're seeing here is get this, 200,000 college students, okay? And the demographics there are interesting because we fought the Korean War there, 1950 to 53, and we sent our people over there. So the older people remember communism. They remember the effect of it. So the older people are very awake and they want to fight for their freedom. And then the younger people are all awake because they don't like the government telling them what to do, just like our kids, right? Okay. But the middle generation, they are all educated in the West. And guess what? They lean left. It just sort of sounds like us. So the demographics are interesting. You've got the older folks that remember the Korean War. You've got the younger kids that are like, we're not going to put up with this crap anymore. And then you've got the church. And this is a huge thing about South Korea that was just amazing to me. You know, here in America, a lot of states where I talk, and you've seen some of my talks around the country, the states won't even, the churches don't want to hear about elections. They don't want to talk about elections. But in Korea, they see this as an existential threat. Why? Because they had this massive Christian revival 140 years ago. And in Korea, South Korea, all of Korea became a very Christian place. Then the war happened, and North Korea basically slaughtered all of its Christians. It's illegal to be a Christian in the North. And so that's a serious thing. So if the North moves into the South Korea, they are afraid. The churches are afraid. So actually the churches are the third arm. And I wish I had the video queued up, but I had to rush down because I was just on Bannon. We're trying to make this public. You need to realize what's happened in Korea. I'll explain that. But anyway, the third leg is the churches. They are awake and engaged. And I was invited to speak at some of their churches. They love Americans. And they're a very Christian nation. They understand that their success in the world has been because of their faith and because of their relationship with the United States. So this is a big deal to them. So that's a little different. Here's the thing. In 2024, they had an election, a national election, and they put in a president, President Yoon, right? That's why we're saying Yoon again. And it was his first time in politics. He'd been a prosecutor up till then. And he got into office and he looked around his country and he discovered massive election fraud in his country. And he panicked and he declared martial law. And he sent the troops to what's called the NEC, the National Election Commission, to recover the servers. Well, it was unsuccessful. And 3 hours later, the National Assembly, like our Congress, took him back out of office. They overrode the what did I call it a minute ago? Anyway, his state of emergency. They overwhelmed, and he's now in prison. And so then they had another election, and they put a leftist in, and now the National Assembly's taken over. So what's happened is they have no recourse. The Korean people have no recourse. There's no legal recourse. How can you elect new leaders in when the elections are corrupt? So they are feeling desperate. But let me just back up for a minute. I have to tell you a story. So those of you who know me know I'm a numbers guy. I like going into counties and analyzing the voter rolls and finding all kinds of fraud. That's what I like doing. So I went over there. Chu Hyun has been running election and integrity team there for about 8 years. I went over there to help them. And I thought I was going to be bringing all my smart tools with me and showing them what to do. No, they're very, very advanced. They've already exposed tons of fraud in their country. But they had the same problem there that we have here. Doesn't matter how much evidence we have. We have mountains of evidence. We have a media that suppresses it. We have a media that mocks us and calls us conspiracy theorists. And we have people that are asleep and don't know what's happened to them. What happened in Korea is something extra special. They have 2 days of early voting. I think, Mark, you mentioned that. And then there's a break, and then they have single-day elections in person on paper. It's pretty cool. But what happened was, on election day, many of the conservative provinces were not sent enough ballots. How about that? Okay, does that sound kind of familiar? And also they were running out because they had multiple people voting multiple times. And so that was depleting the supply of ballots. Now, if you have to imagine the way these people live, it's different than us. And it's kind of interesting. They live in like suburban groups of towers. They live, it's not like here we're spread out. They have these like 10 large towers all living together, you know, thousands of people living together. And they all go downstairs and they vote in a little polling place and they all vote there. Well, they didn't deliver enough ballots. So the people that said, well, give us more ballots. And the NEC said, no, we're just going to count what we got already. Okay? So what happens? 10,000 people come down out of the towers and surround the polling place and tell the government, we're not giving you these ballots until you give us enough so we can all vote, right? It's like a built-in, ready-made movement. And that's where Mr. Huang comes in, because he was first on the scene and brought me with him. It was pretty awesome to see the people rising up like that and telling the government to pound sand. That was pretty cool, all right? And then once they started, then other precincts had the same problem. They started waking up. Before we knew it, within a day, we had hundreds of thousands of people all around the country because we found 140 places like this where they had under-delivered ballots. Guess where? The conservative, right-leaning places. So this is exactly what you would expect. So that's kind of the flavor. Now, I know these people now. I got to hang out with them for 2 weeks, and I'm a changed person because of it. They are amazing, warm people, and they love Americans. They just, I mean, all I had to do was walk in with my bow tie, and I'm like a hero, okay? And it was amazing because around the stadium there in Seoul, there's like 50,000 people that have surrounded the stadium. They're not letting the police have the ballots. And they won't let any of the officials in, nothing. But Mr. Huang and I walk up, and it's like part of the Red Sea. And they bring us right up to the front, and they, USA, USA. They love us, and but it's not just that they love us. They need us. They need President Trump to say some things, and that will fuel them and fuel their movement and keep them strong while they're doing this fight. They also need us to bring pressure to do a re-election, because that election is obviously invalid. But there's something that's really, really amazing that I experienced while I was there. And that is that they aren't just saying, come save us, America, please, we're puny little wimpy Koreans. They're not saying that. They're saying, we're ready to fight. But what's interesting is, how come we're not? And so they're saying to us, we want to help the U.S. We want to help you guys get your act together, okay? So that's a really important thing. They are not just saying, oh, please save us, we're so wimpy. They're not saying that. They're saying, we're going to fight, but we want you to fight with us. And here are a couple of reasons why, United States, why we want you to fight with us. The first one is, Camp Humphreys is right there. It's the largest offshore military base we have. It's there for a reason. It's our stake in the ground for holding back communism from the peninsula. So they're saying, are you going to defend this base or not? So that's one really good reason. Another big reason, and Chu Hyun introduced it to me, it's called AWEB, A-W-E-B. Stands for the Association of World Election Bodies. And it's basically election fraud central for the whole world, okay? It's the home base of the international election fraud cartel. And they have been exporting election fraud and electronic machines all around the world. So they're saying to us, look, you guys, if you want to stop fraud in your country, you're going to need to take out AWEB. So they're saying, help us take out AWEB. You're not just helping us, you're helping yourself. And there's all these mutual reasons why we should be standing strong with them. And they understand that better than we do. I just want you to notice something. Have you seen this reported on Fox? Why are you watching it? Okay? You shouldn't be. In fact, I was just on Bannon. That's what you should be watching, right? Because we're telling, the world needs to know this has happened. We just lost South Korea, June 3rd. Their government is now communist. Okay, and starting next month, they've already started limiting free rights already. This is a serious issue, and notice the mainstream media is not talking about it in both countries. I wonder why. They want it to be quiet. Now, there's a second thing I need to tell you about. During Trump's first term in 2018, he appointed an ambassador. His name is Ambassador Morse Tan. He's a great man. I arrived at the airport with him when I flew in. By the way, the Korean people, they give you flowers when you arrive at the airport. It's pretty nice. Thank you for that. It's like they pampered me everywhere. It's pretty nice. But anyway, so I arrived with Morse Tan, and we dressed in plain clothes, no bow ties, no nothing, because we were afraid they would not let us in. That should alert you to something. South Korea is not a free nation anymore when we have to lay low to get in. Okay, so now we're in the country. He was met at the airport by people, policemen who wanted to take him in for questioning because he had observed the election a year earlier with a delegation from America, and he came back to America, and during a press briefing, he basically announced what had happened, and he also mentioned some very questionable things, which I don't want to get into now, about their current president, their current illegitimate president. They don't even call him the current president. You know, this guy they have up there in the office, he's illegitimate. Well, they want to sue Morse Tan for libel while he's in the country. So they put a travel ban on him. He cannot leave the country. So we had to do like this little bit of cat and mouse stuff. We changed hotels a couple of times, and we were always careful whenever we went to public events to have plenty of security. And when the police started showing up, that's something else that's weird. Everywhere we went, Chu-hyun did an amazing job. He brought me to early voting sites. We observed that. He brought me to the counting sites. He brought me to all these different locations and basically taught me the entire system. It just did a brilliant job. Let's give him a hand. Give him a hand. Chu-hyun, for you. This is for you. This is for you. Amazing man. So we would like arrive at a place, and all the people, it's amazing. They all pull their cell phones out. Hold on. You know, these people are here. These people are here. And then the cops start showing up. And as they began to show up, then the security team would rush us off. What kind of a country? You can't travel. That should tell you that South Korea isn't what you think it is. It's been taken over by the communists. We're in trouble. They need our help. And so that's why we brought the delegation here, because we need you guys to know, and we need President Trump to know. And if it's just me writing an email, he probably won't read it. Okay, but if we bring the people here, and they're amazing people and great to work with. So how about that for a summary, Mark? Where are you, buddy?
I'm right here.
Oh, I got to tell you something else.
I know. Listen, I know I'm short, but yeah, come on.
Oh, sorry. Can you tell I'm just a little excited? Just a little excited. It was a life-changing thing. To experience communism close up like that really has kind of woken me up. I'm a physicist. I'm a scientist. I spent most of my life in the lab and grew up on a farm. I just, never had direct encounter like that. And the thing about it is, everything I saw about the elections, everything I saw happening there is happening here, right now, in especially Colorado, especially Oregon, especially Washington, especially California. And yet our people are asleep. And our people are asleep because you're not waking them up. We need to have 200,000 people marching around the buildings in LA saying, this is not acceptable. We're not going to let this go on. But we're kind of all just sitting around waiting for somebody else to fix it. That's our problem. We need to wake up and engage. So
No one's coming. It's us, and it's them, and it's us together.
Yes. So yes, in fact, we should all do another chant, because I'm probably done now. Yes.
No,
you don't want to keep, because I can.
If you got more information, we got about 10 minutes.
Oh,
perfect.
But
I didn't
want
want
a 5-minute wrap up. You said.
I do a 5-minute wrap up, but I got something before the 5-minute wrap up. A little thing. Let me ask real quick.
So one of the things. Yes, I know what he's doing. One of the things that's pretty cool. I told you I got to speak at the churches, and that's Mr. Tan there next to Jennifer. it's amazing to talk to the churches. The pastors actually say election fraud. Imagine that, to have pastors actually saying things like that was impressive. And then the way they count, yes, they definitely have machines in their elections. They run their elections a little differently than ours. We have like one ballot we vote on. They have a piece of paper for every race, every candidate. And so when you go in to vote, they'll like hand you 7 pieces of paper, one for each thing you're going to vote on. So they put them through these sorting machines that sort them by race and sort them by contest. But then guess what happens? It goes through a scanner. And so this machine is connected to the internet. Imagine that. And so as the ballots are being scanned, they always know the totals. So just like here, that's what I always tell people here. The real problems with your machines and with our machines in America are not necessarily that they flip ballots. They tell everybody on the outside what the tallies are, so you know how many ballots to stuff, how many to cheat. Same here, same exact mechanism, same software running, same feedback mechanisms, same as everything. So that's same idea there. Now, after the election, what's cool is, normally we have to, what happens in America? A county brings me in and I'll help them analyze, we'll find some fraud. This is cool. It's like I'm a national hero. And all I did is walk in with a bow tie. It's pretty cool. They really think of us as they need us. They're desperate for us. They think of us as their blood brothers, because we shed blood together. But so anyway, so what was really cool is after the election, their head person resigned, essentially admitting that their election was botched. And that is a huge thing. So what happened is they have a party there called the PPP, the People's Power Party. It's supposed to be kind of like the Republican Party here, except that it's been infiltrated, and in their words, you guys call the PPP. What do you call the PPP?
국민의힘.
You call them
rhinos.
We have that problem here, don't we?
They call the PPP rhinos, okay? Where did they get that idea, okay?
And pro-China.
Yes. And so what's happened is Mr. Huang used to be president of that. It would be like saying, the head of the Republican Party in America. And he resigned from there because it was no longer a right-leaning organization. And they're full of rhinos. And he started a new organization called the Freedom and Innovation Party, which of course now is growing like crazy because the people know that he's the real deal. And he's defending them. And they are promoting this alliance. And when I first saw this, I thought they were just kind of saying, well, Dr. Frank's going to come help us. They're saying we need to fight together to eradicate global fraud, election fraud. And that's why they're here. They're here to say, come on, let's go, guys. And it should be kind of a little embarrassing to us that they had to come to us instead of we saying to them, hey, let's team up. But they're on fire, and it's great to work with them. And I know we're going to be going back. It's not just that they're losing their country. That matters. You have to realize this is a world issue. The entire world. Give you an example. The AWEB, they manipulated elections in the Congo. And a whole bunch of people from the Congo came and protested in South Korea. It's right there. It's sort of like the export hub because it's right adjacent to China. So it's China's port to the world, essentially. So
every country is being attacked by corrupt elections. Every single country. Freedom is being taken from all of us, and we all have to unite together and work together to fight this. We have to fight this. It's a common enemy. Our freedoms are being taken through the elections. It's that simple. And unfortunately, we probably have some bad actors in this country that have been doing it to other countries in addition to their own or our own. because truly it's a big club and we aren't in it. They aren't in it. The citizens, the peons, the peasants are not in the big club. And all this does actually belong to us, and we need to start acting like it. So you guys need to get loud. You need to bring awareness to what's happening in South Korea. You need to bring unity and learn from them, because I've seen some of the demonstrations where there are seas and seas and seas of people. I've seen more American flags at their demonstrations right now over this election than I've seen at some of our own. You look at LA County and the parking lots are empty. There's no one in there. Literally, we're watching an election get stolen right from under us, right in front of our faces. Not a single American shows up to do anything about it. Yet in South Korea, they're filling their streets everywhere. So I'll tell you what, we got something to learn. We can learn from these patriots a whole lot. I want a round of applause. God bless them.
So they've taught us how to demonstrate.
Yes, learn. They are very good at it.
They are very good at it. And if you can go to the grocery store, you can demonstrate. So you have no excuse. We need to make this happen. We need to enjoin this battle. It's a global battle.
It is. And they're wonderful, wonderful people. I feel like you have family now there,
oh my goodness.
right?
They're my brothers and sisters. Yeah, they're amazing people.
Yeah. So we're going to fight this all together. There we go.
The Freedom and Innovation Party headquarters.
And that's kind of like our grassroots, right?
Yeah.
Would you say?
Yeah,
that's the
It
grassroots.
started out as a small party because he left the party, but because at all these large demonstrations, he's the one, I should show that picture. He's the one out there fighting. You know what he said? He says, I need to get back to Korea. I can't stay here. Why? Because the people need me.
They're in the middle of a coup. So
they need
gotta
him
get
to
back.
lead. So, but at the same time, it's important that he came here to engage us.
Thank you. Round of applause.
I'll finish with this and I'll hand off to you.
Okay.
Get this on camera, Chuhyun. This is what they're saying. They're chanting this together. Let's do it together. Let's chant for them. Ready? We go together. 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 Okay, that's good enough. Now I have to tell you, they've been doing that straight for 10 days.
They just had an election stolen. What, 6-3, right? June 3rd. They're still demonstrating to this day, and they came here in the middle of what their nation getting taken from them to be here with all of us for this event.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
I'm standing in front of these huge crowds, and it's like, when are they going to stop? They just never stop. It's just constant chanting. It's amazing.
It is amazing. All right, so we had something also very special here, and we almost weren't able to get all of them here because of someone very special. His name is Isaac, and he's turning 9 years old today. And we're going to bring this young man up, and we are going to sing happy birthday to him. And this is Jennifer's son. Because he didn't get to be home with all his friends and family because he had to come here to be a bodyguard for mom in this foreign nation. So this is Isaac.
Say something.
Thank you.
Say thank you very much. You know how to do that.
Thank you very much.
All right. So
Wait.
we're going to sing a happy birthday to Isaac. Go ahead and start. You know how to sing. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Isaac. Happy birthday to you. What did he say?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, he said. Very good.
Adorable.
Are we finished?
I think we can. Yeah, I'll close up here. And
Great to see y'all.
absolutely,
Go back to your neighborhoods and wake them up.
you got it. And if anyone would like to talk to our guests here while they're here, if you want to do any interviews or anything, I know they're probably inundated with them, but ask Dr. Frank, and let's make the most out of their trip as we possibly can to get as much awareness about what's happening. Election corruption, election fraud has no borders, and it's going to come take South Korea. We are very close to this. We almost lost this nation a couple of years ago. We came this close to it, and we may be in the same boat in a very short period of time. In less than 2 years, we could be right where they're at today. So we either do this together and we do this right, or we all might not really like the outcome of that, right? Could be very difficult. And we want Isaac to grow up in a free country, not a country full of communism. That's why we were fighting for this, for that young man right there. I will let you do it. Go ahead. Yeah. Come on out. Unless there's anything they want to say.
Is there any closing comment you want to make?
Please, any closing comments, please.
Would you like to say something? Gideon would like to say something.
누나 통역 바로 해주세요. 2024년에 대한민국은 총선이 있었는데 그때 부정선거로 가짜 국회가 탄생을 했고 2024년 그 가짜 국회 때문에 대한민국 대통령이 탄핵되고 대한민국 체제가 붕괴되는 일이 있었습니다.
In 2024, there was a general election in Korea, and it was rigged. That's why the National Assembly was a fake National Assembly. And that National Assembly impeached the duly elected president, President Yoon.
그때 부정선거를 제대로 대비하지 못했기 때문에 졌는데 2026년 여러분들 미국에서 중간선거가 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 그때 하루빨리 부정선거를 먼저 수사하고 척결을 해서 여러분들에게는 안전한 선거가 일어나서 진정한 민의가 반영되는 2026년 중간선거가 되면 좋겠습니다.
At that time, we did not prepare well against election fraud. That's why we lost the National Assembly and we lost our duly elected president. I know that there's a midterm coming up in November. And as a South Korean, I would like to ask you and urge you to prepare well ahead so that the election fraud could be rooted out so you could keep your country safe.
미국은 한국과 같이 가야 할 나라이고 우리 한국의 형제와 같은 나라인데 반드시 정의가 승리하는 역사를 만들어 주시고 또 한국을 하루속히 도와주셔가지고 함께 불의를 이기는 그런 승리 역사를 써왔으면 좋겠습니다. 그리고 한국은 정말 그 미국의 부정선거 척결 대상으로서 아주 좋은 나라입니다. 그래서 한국에서 부정선거를 척결하는데 미국이 도와주면 미국의 부정선거 척결에 훨씬 더 큰 도움이 될 거라고 생각을 합니다.
US and Korea should go together. We are more than friends, we are blood allies. And together we need to fight against injustice so that justice could prevail and we could write a new page in our history. If you take the election fraud in Korea and tackle it as your own, I think it'll be an opportunity where you could test and hone your skills so that you could tackle election fraud that's happening in the United States ahead of the midterms in November.
We go together.
We go together.
We go together.
We go together. We go together.
We go together.
We go together.
We go together.
Stop the steal.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much.
See if this will play.
What a gift. God made all that happen, made the timing happen. It was amazing. Thank you guys very much. I know it's been a little long here because, you know, that's
I
why
have
I
a
am
letter.
long-winded. Quick video.
To America. Dear America, I'm a husband, father of 3. Well, 140 years ago, you came to our land and you taught us the Bible. So now I'm saved. Thank you. Thank you, America. In 1950 to 1953, you came to our land again. You fought for us. You protected us. Almost 36,000 American soldiers died, and more than 100,000 American soldiers got injured. You came to our land to protect us. You bled and died for us. You bled and died instead of us. Thank you. So I'm alive. And still, you are in our land. You still protected us. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't thank you enough. My brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers in America, in Christ, thank you and love you. From now, we're not gonna just ask for help. We wanna fight for you now. America is the strongest country, but America is fighting a lonely fight. You have your family, brothers, and sisters here. From now on, we want to fight for you. America has to be stronger and wealthier. We want to make America stronger and wealthier and greater to protect people, protect the world, to protect freedom of faith. And thank you. So please help. It could be your words, military, finance. Give me some weapons so we can fight for you. Fight for freedom. Fight for freedom of our faith. Thank you. Love you, America.
Thank you. Yeah, there's John right here, by the way. We go together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So I'm in this to win it. I'm not going to stop until I take my last breath, and the only way they're going to stop me is killing me. Follow me on X, Patriot Mark Cook. Go to my website, handcountroadshow.org, and I just want you to sign up to request a visit to wherever you're at, because as I'm traveling around this nation in my truck and trailer, I want to make every bit of every mile to plant all the seeds of knowledge necessary so we can regrow the liberty of our country as I travel through it all. So, and read all my articles on X too. There's a lot of really good information there, trust me. Go to my profile, go to articles, and just read every one of them. Most of them are very short, but they're really important information. And please reach out all you like. I've devoted my life to trying to do everything I can to reclaim the liberty of and reignite the flame of liberty in this great nation. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to hand this off to Matt here. Thank you.
Mark, thank you so much. And what I like to say real quickly, and that Jennifer can tell the Korean folks, as a Marine, we would fly from Iwakuni, Japan to Osan Air Force Base in Songtang City, South Korea. There was a woman there who owned a restaurant. She was a little girl during the Korean War. I'm probably going to mispronounce the word, but she'd call me Miguk. Miguk. She would not let us pay for any food. She goes, "You saved my country. You don't owe me any, I owe you." They just reminded us who we're supposed to be. We're America. We got to remember that. So thank you so much. Louis Herms, where are you? Okay. We actually have somebody who was running for governor of California. He was in the election, somebody who just went through what this corruption we just saw happening in Korea. So Louis, I'm going to bring you up here. I'll plug in your computer. We'll have the guys in the back put it up on the screen, and you will have the floor, sir. But South Korean delegation, thank you so much. Unless you want to play musical chairs, like the candidates in California.
I could have Doug sing for me. Boy, look at there. All righty. Let's test this out. Boom, boom. That works. All right, folks, my name is Louis Herms. Hello. I know 4 or 5 of you may know me. My platform, which I'm more known for, is actually screwbiggov.com. That's where my documentary, so on and so forth. And we just finished up the primary on June 2nd, and I promised my wife, because it was a year-long journey, that we would do something. So we went to Hawaii after that, and I spent about 40 hours working on this presentation from Hawaii. So I don't see her, so she may have left me already. But, you know, if anybody's been in this fight for a while, they know that's just the way it works, right? So I decided to write something. I'm going to have a film come out eventually. I'm a documentarian. It's called The Great American PSYOP, and I kind of want doing an offshoot of that because of the way we're lied to. So I'm going to start off with this just to give you some context. It's going to be very interesting. And I would suggest for the first 5 minutes you put on your tinfoil hat, because I will be a bit conspiratorial. 1776. Well, that was a great year, wasn't it? Declaration of Independence. A lot of things happened, but you know what else happened in 1776 is this little group called the Illuminati was formed. Now, it's just a conspiracy theory, though, so don't, you know, let's not take it too serious. But what was interesting is, I would say if I wanted to take over the greatest country in the world, I would probably use a secret society to do that. That makes sense, right? So they were formed in Bavaria, right? Named the Illuminati, and their number one goal at the time was really to suppress Christianity, because Christianity was on the move, right? And I'm going to explain some infiltration in regards to that. One of my favorite, or the most favorite Bible verse for me is Matthew 5:5, the meek shall inherit the earth. But it's because I understand what the true meaning means, and most people don't. If you look up the origins of meek, it's exactly opposite from 90% of the pastors that they're telling you. 90% of the pastors are telling you that meek is weak, docile, just pray, don't do anything, right? That is one of the biggest psyops that's ever been perpetrated upon man. if we understood that meek meant you fight for others, you stand up for those that cannot stand up for themselves, we wouldn't be here today because every Christian would have already done that. So we need to change that psychology. But that psychology was developed by groups like the Illuminati, because that's how they've convinced, through corporate churches, so on and so forth, to keep us docile. It's very important. And of course, they had this other little goal called world domination. So the Illuminati was, we were told, by the way, you can Google this today. If you Google it, your first 10 pages of Google are going to tell you the Illuminati was forcibly disbanded in 1787. Any search engine will tell you that. Okay, so if in 1787 that happened, why did George Washington say this in 1798? So 11 years after it was supposedly disbanded, he said, I have heard, he wrote a letter in September, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati, but never saw the book until you were pleased to send it to me. That's 11 years after they're supposed to be disbanded. Google lies. The internet lies. We all figured that out. I don't want to upset you, but virtually every AI search engine lies to you also. Sorry. In October, he said, of 1798, 11 years after their so-called banning, it was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am, George Washington. You see what we're dealing with? Now, that's just a conspiracy. I'm not saying it exists. I do have my tinfoil hat. But here we go. Interesting enough, in 1995, this gentleman named Fritz Springmeier wrote a book called The Bloodlines of the Illuminati, talking about the 13 bloodlines. Have you ever heard of the 13 bloodlines? Does anybody think they may exist? Okay. And are they secret for a reason? Of course they are. That's how they operate, right? Did you know that this book was found in 2011 when we raided the Osama bin Laden compound? You want to hear something more amazing? Thank you, Donald Trump and the Trump administration in 2017. This complete book, over 200 pages, as you can find it right now, is at CIA.gov. You think they may be telling us something? So if this was completely disbanded in 1787, why on earth would the book be on CIA.gov in 2017 moving forward? Maybe, just maybe, there are some secret societies working in the background. So what I'm trying to do is, this has nothing to do with the Illuminati, but I'm trying to set the table of how we've been dealing with this mess for a long time to get here directly to election fraud. So the grand plan, fast forward about 100 years to 1871. That's when our corporation of government was established. You ever hear of that? Okay. Is it a lie? No, that's actually the truth. That's when they formed the corporation, right? It's called the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. So if I wanted to steal a country from the inside, that would have been one of the first things I do. One of the second things I would do is, in 1913, I would figure out how to control the money. How would I do that? I would form the Federal Reserve Act. Oh, another fact. That created the central banking system. That created your fiat currency. That gave them unlimited power to print your money. This is how they control the interest rates from the feds. Interesting. And this is also their excuse on how they set us up for income taxes. You think that may be a great way to try to control us from the inside? That was 1913. And then 1933, they figured out how to control the economy. You know what they did? The gold standard was eliminated. We all talk about getting back to the gold standard. There's a reason why. They eliminated 1933. In fact, FDR made it so they had to, you as a citizen had to forfeit everything but $100 of your gold and silver. That's in the United States of America that happened. Crazy. You know what happened a few years later? They manufacturally increased gold when the government owned it by 85% overnight in one day. This is how they controlled it from the inside. These are important to set the tables for election fraud. So fast forward to World War II. I'm sure we've all heard of World War II. Pretty serious. How many people believe that the United States of America won World War II? Not many hands went up. Interesting. We may have, we may not have. I think there's both. But you know what we did a few days before they surrendered in Nazi Germany? We actually captured Werner von Braun's complete rocket team. These are the brilliant minds. We can capture, and immediately we started negotiating with them in the background. A few days later, Nazi Germany surrendered. Now think about this. So we grabbed the Nazis and said, come be our friends, work for us. A few days later, Nazi Germany surrendered. The official story was they did, or did they surrender? I think maybe they didn't all surrender. But here's where it's big, and this is where it matters today. The UN Charter was signed, and they coined the term NGO. What's an NGO? Non-government organization. A new world structure began on June 26, 1945. Look at this. May, June, all 1945. July 1920, 1945, Operation Overcast was launched. You may not recognize that because the official name now is Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip is when 1,600 Nazis came over here, and we brought them over under the guise of they're going to help us explore space and create rockets. Okay. Well, interesting enough, the real Operation Paperclip, you know who those scientists and engineers were? They're chemical and biological weapons experts. They worked on sarin and Nazi nerve gas programs. They had mind control psychological warfare specialists. Anybody can say MK Ultra. Aviation and stealth technology, medical researchers involved in hypothermia, high altitude, and infectious disease experiments on prisoners. That's who we brought over. Why is that important? Because soon thereafter, the CIA was formed, formerly known as the OSS. If anybody's seen my documentaries, they know I talk a lot about this, right? The DOD was formed, the National Security Council, and the U.S. Air Force, which we can call, I believe, let's just call it the legal birth of the deep state. In 1947. 1948, what happened? Why, look at there. 1948, the CIA started manipulating foreign elections. Well, that was quick. They've only been around a year and they're already manipulating foreign elections. This is all pre-planned, guys. None of this is by happenstance. This is all the way it was meant to be and supposed to be. 1948, the CIA foreign election interference was deep. I'll just give you a cool thing. So they did a lot of ballot harvesting. There's actually an ex-CIA person in here that will tell you about ballot harvesting in other countries. If he wants to step up, you talk to him later. I can tell you, though, there was a pattern set, and it was during the Cold War. And what the CIA did is they funded political parties and candidates. The media disinformation, and they forged documents, and they did a lot of get out the vote drives. I will tell you now, and I know Mark Cook will tell you too, there's people in our so-called movement that are working constantly on get out the vote drive and making sure you mail in those ballots. They're controlled opposition. They're not your friend. They have made long, pretty hair, but they're not your friend. I'm just saying. In some cases, direct vote manipulation, bribes, supporting coups when elections didn't go their way, i.e. Guatemala and Chile. My wife would be very proud of me the way I just said Guatemala. So this is important because this is exactly what happens inside of our own country. It was tested outside, brought inside. Here's something I talked to at length, and it's called the 50-50 PSYOP. And it's frustrating for me. And 80% of you are guilty of it. Doesn't make me better than you, it just says I recognized it. Did you ever hear red versus blue? Black versus white? Right? Goes on and on. Conservative versus liberal, Democrat, Republican. It's constant. It's a psyop, and I can prove it's a psyop. Did you know George Washington, John Adams, James Madison all indicated the death of America would be a two-party system? Did you know Thomas Jefferson said, if I had to pick a party to get to heaven, I'm not going to pick a party and I'm not going to heaven? Thomas Jefferson knew. The two-party system is a psyop. I believe President Trump has taken down the Democratic Party right now, the Democrat Party, and I believe the Republican Party will soon follow. The second we put party before policy or before people, we lost. The psyop is 50-50. It's always 50-50. Everything. So I can tell you if there's a rise up and they have 60% Democrats, they're going to push them down until they get it to 50, or at least the illusion of being 50. If the conservatives rise up, which I believe we're probably about 67%, the illusion they're going to make is 50-50. Why do they need the illusion to be 50-50? Because either way they want an election to go, they win, we lose. And we accept it because it's 50-50. Of course it could happen. One day it'll happen this way. And I'm going to give you a little bit of proof of that right here. The rise of the swing states, 1952, the phrase swing state was coined. Swing states, interesting. This is going to surprise you. Did you know in 1960 that Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina were all considered Republican red states? Did you know that in 1960, Georgia, Florida, Arizona, and Nevada were all considered Democrat states? Huh. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it completely opposite now? We've been lied to. We've been completely manipulated. The goal is to get you to think that there are actual swing states. There are not swing states. There never has been swing states. It's a fucking lie. And I don't excuse my language because I'm pissed. We have to snap out of it. Swing states don't exist. 50-50 doesn't exist. It does not exist. It's an illusion. It's a psyop. And the reason for the psyop is so when we lose, we say, okay, we'll get them next time. And it happens. And I'm going to show you proof moving forward here that it happens. Something happened, though. In 1960, I call him the first disruptor. Did Kennedy already know the game? Did maybe the Chicago mob help him steal Illinois? Which, by the way, they were talking about being a 50-50 state at the time. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I think he may have had something figured out. So let me show you what happened between 60 and 78, and I'm going to whip through these really, really quick, but there's a couple that I'm going to point out. The fight for voting rights and access was huge. Now, some of it was legitimate, and a lot of it, I think, was for public view, so they can convince you and make us docile, make us what we used to think was meek. We don't now, correct? They want to make us feel that they've got it all handled. So what they did is they flooded our brains with Civil Rights Act of 1960, James Meredith enrolls at Ole Miss, Appalachian School Walkout, March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, get rid of the poll tax, Civil Rights Act in 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 65, court enforces voting rights, Loving versus Virginia, Fair Housing Act, Voting Rights Amendment 18, and then the 26th Amendment lowers voting age completely in 1971, 1975, Voting Rights Act amendments, and of course, Civil Service Reform Act in 1978. So the goal was, some of these may have helped, but the goal was, the psychology was, we are government, we're taking care of you. We've got you. One of the single biggest issues in this right here, I believe, was the 1975 Voting Rights Act. So it does strengthen the protections against discrimination and expands language expands language access in voting? Should we have multi-languages in voting? I'm wondering, because I would think if you're a citizen, you should have to learn, maybe assimilate. Like, by the way, we have the largest amount of legal immigration in the world in our country already. Legal. And they try to demonize President Trump, right? The largest legal immigration. So if you come over here legally and you talk to people that have gone through the process and you say, would you be willing to assimilate? They go, not only would I be willing to assimilate, I would love to assimilate. I love America. Okay, would you be willing to learn language? Absolutely, I'd be willing to learn. Okay, so why would we have to start putting in dozens of different languages in there? Unless it was to steal the vote. Maybe that's why. Disruptor number 2, Reagan Bush 80. Did you notice what their slogan was, by the way? Let's make America great again. Thought that was original? Right there. That was Bush and the great Ronald Reagan. Leadership experience, a new beginning. Now, why is this so important? Because I believe that Reagan upset the apple cart. And I believe that's why Reagan got shot just 69 days into his administration. Now look at this. If you think this may not have been planned, if you think this is just some wacko off the hook that was in love with Jodie Foster, well, let me give you some information. The cowboy, the disruptor at the time, he didn't follow the plan. He disrupted the deep state apparatus. He probably promised him that he was going to follow the rules and did not. March 30th, 1981, he was shot by John Hinckley Jr. Hinckley was MK Ultra. Okay? And I can give you some proof of that. Hinckley stalked Jodie Foster at Yale. He actually enrolled at Yale just to take a class. His father paid for that. Why does that matter? Many people don't know that Hinckley's father was directly connected to George Bush, who also went to Yale and was a key player of the secret society Skull and Bones. And I believe had something to do with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. See the connections there? Do you think that or maybe he was designated to co-kill Ronald Reagan? I think it's probably pretty obvious. I don't know why you take a 22 to go kill anybody, but hey, I mean, that's his deal. So Bush would have benefited the most if Reagan would have gotten killed. I know many of you may love Bush. Ah, there we go. Now we're awake. Love it, love it. June 25th, 1984, I talk about this a lot. I will not go into detail on this, but the Chevron deference came into play. The guise of the Chevron deference is it was too much to put everything through our legislative body, which was the rule in order to get fines, fees, and create laws. So what they did is they created the Chevron deference, and they thought, that's what they said, they thought it'd be great for deregulation, but after Reagan, it turned out to be a deep state's wet dream. Yes, I did add the word wet in there. So the NGOs and three-letter agencies then used it to fine and regulate the hell out of the people until its reversal, thank God, 40 years later. The Chevron reversal, I think, is the SCOTUS's biggest decision in the last 50 years. But here's the problem. It needs to be affirmed. What does that mean? That means somebody in this room or somebody watching right now needs to challenge it. They need to say, I'm being illegally fined, I'm being held accountable for something I should not, whatever that is, and bring it back up and have them do an affirmation. And if it gets all the way to SCOTUS, they'll say, that's true, that's exactly what this is talking about, and then it's done because now they have the precedence and everybody can use it after that when you go to court. And all these NGOs, in my opinion, will fall apart if this happens. That's how we can make a difference. How does that have anything to do with elections? Oh, the 50-50 PSYOP. Interesting. Everything's 50-50. That's the goal. They want us to think 50-50. So right before what happened next, there was a lot of talk of everything's even. It's just really hard. We don't have any idea who's going to win the upcoming elections in 2000, year 2000. Would it be blue? Would it be red? They didn't know. They had no idea. But funny enough, in March of 2000 in Florida, Smartmatic was put together by a bunch of Venezuelans, and that just happens to be what they promised would secure our elections in the future. But Smartmatic, and there's also Dominion and ESS, as you know, they weren't getting any traction. Well, bang, look what happened next. Just a few months later, after Smartmatic wasn't getting any traction, the famous hanging Chad. Oh, not the hanging Chad. That should be hung. So hanging Chad was Florida, November 2000. Right? Interesting enough. So that set precedents. It freaked everybody out. And look at this. So we had a problem. And then we had a reaction where the public's like, well, what do we do about it? The hanging Chad. We can't have a hanging Chad. These 50-50 elections have to be fair. So the solution came in. And what was the solution? The solution was, of course, use the machines and you'll never have a problem again. Do you see how all of this correlates together? It's very, very important. And then 9/11. 9/11, tragedy. So many people died. But what happened because of 9/11? Can you see the bottom of the screen? The Patriot Act. Problem, solution, right? Problem, reaction, solution. Somebody agrees. But let's just explain the Patriot Act really. I call it the Surveillance State Act, and it's election control. How does the Patriot Act have anything to do with election control? Well, let me show you. So there's mass surveillance. It legalized total data collection for dossiers, blackmail, and voter control. Blackmail. So now you can find people that you want to do nefarious things in election, and you find them ahead of time because now we have all the surveillance and we blackmail them ahead of time. See how that works? Influence ops, profile, suppress key voters, officials, and challenges, because they knew everything about us. They knew all our demographics. They already knew the way we were going to vote before we voted. Therefore, they can do that. And then the big tech alliance, which enabled censorship and election interference via Silicon Valley. So massive election interference. All of this is because of the Patriot Act, by the way. And the voting machines, as we know, real-time monitoring, hidden manipulation under national security guise, right? That's why we couldn't audit them properly originally. And then the terror label. You're branded a skeptic as your threat is to silence any opposition, anybody that would speak against that. And then the third disruptor happened in 2015. Whoa, who is this guy? So the third disruptor, President Donald Trump, and this is, I believe this is why the deep state accelerated operations into election fraud. They thought they had this one locked up because they were spending all their time polling ahead of time, so they knew how they could manipulate the election ahead of time. Here's the problem. Voters that were voting for President Trump, 48% refused to tell the pollers who they were voting for. So they were shocked on that day. But because of it, they went back to this again. The 50-50 PSYOP, everything's 50-50. Why did they do this? This is going to shock you, but in 2018, I think may have been the single most important day of election fraud that happened. Here's why. You had 4 Republicans in Orange County congressional seats: Ed Royce, Mimi Walters, Dana Rohrabacher, and Darrell Issa. I'm sure many of you know this, right? All 4 of them were up, they were winning, and then the vote stopped, and at 4 a.m. in the morning, the ballot harvesting were dropped. And what happened? All 4 of those Republicans got beat out by the Blues, and there's a lovely Katie Porter in the middle. They stole it. In 2018, they ballot harvested, and do you think they already knew how to ballot harvest? I can tell you they've been doing it all over the world for several decades before this, so they knew how to ballot harvest. What they didn't know is how the Republicans would react. Well, here's the reaction. We'll get them next time. I believe on this date in 2018, the deep state knew that they stole the 2020 election already, because they knew we did not have the appetite to fight. And the proof of this is Mark Cook just said the lovely Koreans are where we were in 2020. Yes, in regards to election fraud. No, as in regards to the appetite to fight, because we're still not fighting. I can tell you, I put out some major posts, some major organizations, and funded to get people in front of the LA County Central County office, and barely anybody showed up. Do we really think we're going to take back our country when we're sitting on our ass? I don't think it's going to happen. Now, I do understand there's a major psyop at foot. I get it. I get that Sean Hannity likes to tell people you're not conservative if you protest. You're not conservative if you boycott, and you're not conservative if you raise your voice. That sounds like the old definition of meek, right? That's a game. That's a psyop. Fox News is a psyop. Yes, Greg Gutfeld may be funny, but it's a psyop. It's a way to control us. But be very, very careful of that, because we're not standing up. We, the people, are the plan. We always have been the plan. I can tell you, if 5 years ago, I determined that trust the plan didn't mean what people were interpreting it to mean. In fact, I went through the drops myself, and I can tell you that 42 times it said trust the plan, and 147 times it said the people. The people are the plan. We've always been the plan. And I don't think President Trump's coming in on a white Pegasus to save us any day soon. I do think that there's many people willing to support us when we stand up, though. Are we ready to stand up? Are we willing to have our voices heard and say, screw the Hannitys of the world? We must stand up. This is the only way we're going to take our country back. And then what happened? COVID, mail-in ballots. Oh, we're going to save the world with mail-in ballots. We got your back right now. We're going to save the world because mail-in ballots, that's what's going to keep you more than 6 feet apart. You got to mail in those ballots. I'll tell you something fascinating. So the baddies established the legal framework. They definitely established the psychology, and they did the infrastructure. So we are currently a complete and utter captured operation right now. Completely captured. Maybe President Trump's not captured. But I can tell you, we're a captured operation. Can we act more like a caged lion, though? Are we willing to do that now? Are we finally ready to say, am I going to have to say it? Am I going to have to say, let's be South Korea? Sounds weird, doesn't it? 200,000 people show up to protest after a second steal when we've been stolen after stolen after stolen after stolen, and we do nothing. This is the time. But they're right back at it again right before this last election. Oh, 50-50. We don't know what's going to happen. 50-50. So right in 2020, what happened when you believe 50-50? Trump was leading and the big F-bomb dropped. Boom. There it is. And suddenly, Biden, I don't know if this is 2, 3, or 4, but suddenly Joe Biden was the winner, right? Because they convinced us of a 50-50. And then what happened after was fascinating. Fascinating. Anybody that was at J6, I was, we know it was fascinating. I think one of the main reasons nobody stands up is because some people at J6 got arrested, right? But there was 2 million people at J6. I was at J6, right? There wasn't 1 million people that got arrested, but they sure abused the people that did. God bless their hearts. They absolutely did. But here's what happened. It's the warfare of words by all of these. And yes, sorry guys, Fox News is right there. I know it hurts. The LA Times said false claims. Guardian said without evidence. New York Times said unfounded, debunked, conspiracy theory, framing it eroding trust on preview challenges. CNN said Trump sowing doubt. LA Times, baseless California election fraud. I just heard that one. Without proof. NPR, false claims. This is all MK Ultra guys live. That's what that is. They repeat it and repeat it and repeat it until we believe it. And I'm not going to stand here and tell you I'm not susceptible to it. I'm going to tell you that on 9/11, I watched the towers fell, and I'm screaming at the TV on 9/11 controlled demolition, screaming at it, right? Then 3 days after watching the news tell me it was something else, I'm like, let's go get them. I completely took out my discernment, my God-given gift, and I was completely MK Ultra'd for a few years. And I was awake. Don't think it can't happen to you. We have to be always using our discernment, completely connected to God Almighty as much as we possibly can to win this war. So that's what they do. The MK Ultra is very strong, and it keeps going on and on and on. So what do they say? No widespread election fraud. Okay. Well, they're right. There is no widespread election fraud because it doesn't need to be. You can do it in isolated cases, and you can win any election you want to win in. All court cases were lost. Well, they didn't see all the evidence in all the court cases, did they? Right? So they throw them out on standing. All audits prove no fraud. Well, if you understand the way of the audits, they only audit what the fake numbers were already telling them to audit. It's all BS. And then anybody that would stand up became a targeted individual. God bless Tina Peters. Thank you. Anybody that tried to do the right thing, whistleblowers were targeted. I was poisoned 2 times. I know Mark Cook has gone through it. He may not say he's targeted, but I've seen how many times his RV broke down. So I certainly believe something's happening there. Anybody that was standing up is targeted. That's another way of suppress you, because if you're watching somebody wonderful like Tina Peters being targeted, why on earth would you stand up? Well, we have to fight for this, and we have to be willing to give it everything we've got. So here's the links of events for election fraud, and I'm going to hurry up through this. Foundation of control, power is centralized. They built the machine. They engineer the election systems. They test it, normalize it, and deploy it. That's a PSYOP to make sure we know it's okay. They execute, they control the narrative, which I showed you. And the result is you have an illusion of choice where we think we voted for somebody and, well, we get them next time, but it's always fake. And I mean, virtually almost always. So I did something. One of my biggest frustrations was that everything I would read would always say the elections they were good, there's nothing wrong. So I started to go to AI and I went to Grok. Everybody trusts Grok. Okay. Well, Grok was telling me constantly there was no fraud. There's no, and Grok started saying the same thing. There's no widespread election fraud, using the same tropes over and over. And I was like, wow, this is a little bit weird. So after me arguing with Grok for a long time, and I'm very clear, I never call Grok a name. I say, you're a robot. You're a bunch of ones and zeros. That's how I deal with this robot. But anyways, it's a very important search tool. So I said, okay, Grok, can we play a game? I'd love to play a game. let's play a game of discernment and math. Grok says, okay, I got you on this one. I go, great, let's play it. I said, so I started off with, I said, so what are the odds that Biden would win an election in Arizona, which he didn't campaign for or visit, where President Trump had a 97-mile caravan, and it's a pro-2A state that's voted Republican for a long time? What are the odds? And it was some crazy number, like 1 in 50 maybe. I said, okay, fair enough. I go, what are the odds that basement Biden would have secured tens of millions of more votes than Obama did when he didn't do anything to ever try to earn those votes? Oh, it's like a 1 to 500. I don't know what the number. It was astronomical. It can never happen. I go, okay. Remember that F chart I put up here just a moment ago, right? I said, what are the odds that that graph can be like that in not 1, but 7 swing states? And then I said, okay, add all the numbers up together. What are the odds, according to your math that you're doing with your discernment, not mine, that Biden could win? And he said, it'd be a 55 trillion to 1 chance for Biden to win the election. I have the film. I did it all. So it was recorded. You could see me talking to Grok at the time for proof of it. Blow you away. The math doesn't lie. Even Grok said 55 trillion to 1 chance, or a 1 in 55 trillion chance. The reason why I did that is because it was very hard to get through to what we call normies. What we tend to do is we tend to truth barf on the people that we want to convince of something, when we need to speak to them where they're at. So if you start speaking to them in just the math of it, some of them will come around and say, okay, well, let me take a look. And then you can dive in deeper. And then 2024 comes and Trump wins. Everybody's excited. Well, I predicted that Trump was going to win 2024 because Kamala was such a weak candidate. They wouldn't be able to get enough ballots, so they're going to focus all their time where? Down ballot elections, Senate House races, local elections. What do you think is exactly what happened in 2024? Because they wanted, I've always said the micro fixes the macro. Well, the micro can also destroy the macro, so they knew that this is their best way to fight against President Trump and his agenda. So what happened is I created something while I was running for governor. And I was the first person in history to visit all 58 California county ROVs, that's Register of Voters offices in California. In 29 days, I did this to interview them. I think only about 35 actually interviewed me. A lot of them dodged me. But we were very specific in the way we asked them questions, so I would never ask them questions to add up to my outcome sequentially. I would ask them one question here, we would talk about their dog, I'd ask another question here, talk about something else, so on and so forth. So we got a lot of answers, so I want to explain the psychology. So in the central counting centers, it's a full transparency PSYOP. I will tell you that most of the county clerks and the ROVs absolutely believe they're doing a great job. Believe that. Some of them are doing a really good job. They don't know what, right? So, but here's the way it works. It takes 2 years to get a signature verification certificate through the FBI if you want to do forensics on a signature. It takes less than 5 seconds for somebody trained for 2 days to verify a signature in an election. 5 seconds. How's that possible? Am I missing something, right? Then, of course, you have the mail-in ballot. So there's a lot of theories on how this works. I'm just going to give you one basic, and it's very simple. May 4th in California, they started doing the mail-in ballots. What happens is they get the mail-in, and I've asked all the ROVs this, and you know what all of them said? I said, do you count these ballots before the actual election day on June 2nd? And they said, we absolutely do. We start counting them right away. Okay, so they're already counting ballots before the election. Think about that. But don't worry, Lewis, because it's air gapped. The system's air gapped. Now, the air gap is another psychological ploy. They're trying to convince you that it doesn't go to the internet. But guess what? It doesn't have to go to the internet, because here's the way it works. The mail-in ballots come in. They're pre-calculating all of these. They will all tell you on June 2nd, when the polls close, they'll take that USB drive, they'll move it over here, and they'll plug it over here, and then all that data is live. So let's assume that they're not lying. Let's assume that no internet, it's no access whatsoever. It doesn't have to be anymore, because they move those over, and then at that moment, they know what percentage they need. And what happens? Go figure, all the counting stops, and it suddenly takes 3, 4, 7 more days to count all the other ballots. And that's when that F-bomb curve happens again and again and again. It's all a complete psyop all the way across the board. And I just want to throw something out here. If somebody says, but there's wet signatures on the actual envelopes when they come in, and they match what's on the DMV records. Has anybody ever heard of an auto pen? Did you know there's CNC machines that can do over 20,000 of these within a few hours? You literally just put the digital image in there, all over the place. So don't tell me that it can't be stolen because there's a wet signature on it. It absolutely can. And it would probably match closer to a signature than normal because you have a machine doing it for you. So Los Angeles County, and I'll finish with this. This is how much the LA County ROV made in 2024. His compensation was $650,424. That's a pretty well-paid job for somebody that doesn't work full-time, by the way. Over $650,000. Do you think that may be enough money to pay somebody off to look the other way on something, or maybe be involved? And I'm sure there's a lot more bonuses that come with that. This is facts. Look this up. So in LA City, the mayoral race, you have Rahman and Bass, right? By the way, I have an investigator involved right now, and we can already tell you it looks like Act Blue through smurfing has possibly already given them millions of dollars. Already. But let's finish with this. There's Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt was ahead. And then Rahman, I don't know why Rahman and Bass, it's like we have two food groups running against Spencer Pratt, right? But you have Rahman that suddenly goes from all the way down below, and she goes up here to 29%. Spencer Pratt drops to 25%. See how that works? All those ballots that were pre-counted, when they had to put it by law, they had to put it at 8 p.m. Pacific time in California. We got the real numbers. Who was ahead? Pratt was ahead. And then the counting shut down, and what happened, right? So they don't have to access the internet to do this. Plus they can manipulate it. But here's the good news, and here's the breaking news. You ready for this? Somebody that many of you know named Corinne, she actually does a lot of great work. She introduced me to Christopher Gleason. So when I was out of town, what people didn't know is I signed over designee to Christopher Gleason, and we've been investigating internally the Los Angeles County election for the last week and a half. Now, why is that important? Because as a candidate, which I was, you have unique access that somebody else may not have to request certain records. And we did. And you can see it seems like there's almost 6 million registered, well, which is a crock anyways, if you know how many people are faked on the voter rolls. 2.2 million voted. The turnout, believe it or not, is astronomical. They average about 28%. They had 37.7. That was probably the Spencer Pratt effect, wouldn't you think? So, you have that much more, but he didn't get the vote. Wonder how that works. So there was a huge number of vote by mail. That's at 82% of the votes were vote by mail. But look at this number that we've already found from our investigation. This is huge. Undeliverable, as addressed vote by mail ballots were 694,308. I can tell you my investigators on the ground saw pallets filled that said UAA, which is undeliverable as addressed. Pallets. It's pretty easy just to grab those. Now, I'm not saying that where the election was stolen, but what I will say that part of our investigation is pulling the numbers gave us this. Out of those 694,308 undeliverable as addressed ballots, 129,806 of those happened to vote. By the way, that's a fact. That's their numbers. Almost 700,000 undeliverable, but out of those 700,000 undeliverable, almost 130,000 actually voted in this last election. Would you think that may be a place that we should look at? Okay, and we're working on it. There's some things I can't say because I don't want to give it away. I know they're watching, but we're working on it. But Spencer Pratt, who should be fighting and he's not, Spencer Pratt only lost by 29,627. So even if 100,000 of those voted and 29 were actually supposed to go to Pratt, he would have won the election. You see where the problems are? Why are we not protesting in front of the Central County Center in Los Angeles? I don't get it. Now, I can't be specific, but I can tell you, because of what we already found, we have a slew of FOIAs and CPRAs in process right now. A slew of them. And we're already targeting 5 or 6 other counties that either dodged us or had really weird answers when I was interviewing them over those 29 days. I can tell you there was one that refused to let us go into the counting room. He says that's against their protocols, which was BS. And he was shaking like crazy and sweating profusely, and it was very, very cold in that office. By the way, sir, you are now going to be part of our FOIA requests. Ultimately, folks, we the people are the plan. We've always been the plan. We need to step up and make the difference. You can find me, if you need to, at screwbiggov.com. My name's Louis Herms. I will never give up, and I love you very much, and we have to take back our country.
Going to bring up Juan and Tina's dog. No, Tina. But here's what a little bit of a change of plans. And I know they're going to be setting up the buffet and so forth. Juan talked to Roseanne because we have Tina here, and so many of you have asked to have a Q&A, hear Tina speak, have a Q&A with some of the speakers, the Mark Cooks, the Trentises, the Peter Tichtons and Tinas, Sean Taylors and so forth. We're going to get the chairs up here. I'll get some mics up here. I'll run around best I can if you have some questions. What I would suggest, if you could, is line up on both sides so I can get to you easily. And Pam will try to help as well. And we'll do that for about 30 minutes. Then we'll have the buffet will kick off at about 5, a little bit later because we're running a little bit late. And then we'll have the deep dive with Ed Solomon at 6. So I'm going to bring Juan up here to get this rodeo going. Just said, he talked to Roseanne because so many of you have asked to hear Tina speak and want questions answered. We're going to push her off. We're not going to do it. And we'll bring her back in September, or September if we have to. But he made the command decision that this is more important.
All right. You know what? I want to give the stage over to you. So many people just want to hear what you have to say, and just give you a couple minutes to. Oh, hold on a second. There's people call at this moments. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is this Tom Arnold?
No, it's Randy Quaid. Gosh, you don't even get your boyfriends right anymore, let alone husbands.
Oh, damn.
Hey, I've got.
What?
I was going to say, go ahead. I was going to interrupt you. I was being Nino.
Excited. What?
Did you get the pictures that we sent at your gate? We were trying to visit.
I loved it so much. I have definitely enjoyed looking at those pictures, and I really want to get them printed up so we can all have a copy. when Jennifer and Tina climbed my gate at my home in Hawaii, they were really good climbers too, I noticed.
I had this spotlight with the headlights on the truck pointed at him. I caught him breaking in at Roseanne's residence. It would have been a hard explanation when the cops got there if we'd stuck around, but we made a good clean getaway.
The cops never get there. The cops never get there. They're all at the donut place, you know.
Okay. You know, Roseanne, I've got a national hero, a world hero, really, because we've seen the election frauds in Brazil, South Korea, and other countries around the world. I have got such a beautiful friend here, Tina, and I know you just love her too. And
I do.
You want to say anything to her here?
I do. I want to say, Tina, I want to say, I feel so grateful because I did a lot of praying for you to be able to be released back in America.
I appreciate you so much, Roseanne. I could feel the prayers. I just want to say I could feel the prayers when things got so dark in there, and I would just call out, please, people pray, and it would break it. It would lift. So I appreciate you so much, and I can't wait to give you a hug.
It's the most powerful weapon we have, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, especially when we all pray for the same thing with a good heart. It's good.
You know, Roseanne, we've got a whole building full of prayer warriors here. I actually don't think there's probably a single person in this audience here who's not a prayer warrior. And when you put the call out, I put the call out, we all showed up. Tina's here. I think that's proof. Seriously, because they came at you hard, didn't they?
I was saying congratulations from being released from detainment in a communist country, Tina.
Yes. Yes.
Back to America, where you are our hero. You are stalwart, brave. You paid the cost to be the boss, Tina. You paid the cost to be the boss. And we all appreciate you so much, and we love you so much. And, you know, I wish I could be there, but, you know, it's just hard for me to travel right now. But if I could, I would be, to give you a big kiss right on your cheek and say, Gold Star Mothers rule.
Amen. Amen.
And I got to tell you, Roseanne, Tina really does look great. It's so refreshing to see you. I know you still have a lot of healing to do and strengthening up to do, but she looks wonderful. And I'm looking forward. I'm going to try and get you two together real soon, okay?
I was going to say.
I hope so, too.
I was going to say.
Well, we'll figure that out because I'd love to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, you know, Hawaii is still one of the 50 states, so I can still travel.
Are you, Tina? Oh, okay, that's where I want to do it, is in Hawaii too.
Yeah. Okay.
But are you allowed to speak about your case in public or not?
I defer. Some of it I can, and some of it I defer over to Peter Tickton and John Case. Some of the legal stuff, because we are looking for the Colorado Supreme Court to rule on accepting our case. And then, and you know, I'm thinking it would be really stupid, Roseanne, if they don't, because they really got stomped 9-0 in the Norma Anderson, trying to keep Trump off the ballot. So I think they'd be really, really dumb, and they would put so much, so much light on them, literally, from truth tellers if they were to go dark like that. But if it doesn't go, if they don't accept the case and it goes on to SCOTUS, we have some real constitutional issues that were violated.
Yes, you do.
And so
Yes, absolutely.
I'm in it.
Absolutely.
I'm in it to win it for the people, for free speech, and for liberty and freedom. So I won't.
That's right. And that is exactly what it's about, our liberty and our freedom. I mean, that we pay taxes to put Gold Star mothers in jail just infuriates me so bad. And look how they steal the taxes and do everything to hurt the American people. I just can't stand it anymore. And Tina, you are just you and your appearance are a great message of hope to everybody in America who loves liberty and freedom and the rule of law.
Well, Roseanne, I'm going to let you go. And
okay, good, because I'm trying to learn how to operate this grill.
Hey, I heard AI is good. I haven't seen a lot of it since I was locked up for almost 2 years.
I don't want an AI cooked steak.
Oh, no. You haven't missed anything, Tina. You ain't missed nothing.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, well, we'll
I love you guys.
We'll try to get together and
Yes,
maybe even do it in Hawaii. We'll try to do it.
That's where we need to do it. That's where we need to go.
Well,
I need it. I miss it so bad. I'll go. Come on.
You know, we have a whale that's still waiting for Tina. Remember when you got to the house and then you looked out the window? It was a whale jumping right in front of the house. Oh my gosh. It was like a perfect timing. So he's still out there. Tina. The dog will be barking the whole time.
Well, God will give us the perfect timing, like always.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will.
Well, love you guys. I gotta go. I think I burned all this garlic.
Oh my God.
I forgot to take it out of the oven, damn it.
Hey, folks, give it up for Roseanne Barr.
Hell yeah.
You are loved too, and you're a national treasure. You stood up when others wouldn't, and we really enjoy you. This audience really enjoys you. Would you come? I know you couldn't make it this time. Would you hurry up, get everything sorted out, and be here on September 10th when we do the next one?
Yeah, I told you it seems like that would be the perfect time for me, and I'd probably be rested enough to travel by then, I think.
All right.
And it's the day before my birthday. So.
Oh.
Oh.
That's
my
right.
gosh.
September 11th.
Birthday is September 11th.
Oh my God. Yeah. You don't think she's a 9/11 everywhere she goes?
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my! Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, that's it. That's great timing. Let's make it happen, and I'd love to have you out here. We had so many other people. We barely missed you. They were so good.
I'm glad you didn't miss me. I heard you was busy starting riots down in whatever that.
Yeah, riots in Brazil. The
Bolsonaro's
president's
from.
been listening in.
South Korea.
South Korea. Yeah, South Korea. We have South Korea delegation here right now. And some of my favorite people. Jen and I have gotten to where we watch South Korean, what do you call them, K-pop or whatever stuff.
And there's another country. There's another country that was represented here too, Los Angeles County.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Communist Party, LA. Yeah. So.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they've got to get caught and stopped at some point with all this election stealing.
Yep, it could be a great video. We could like get one of the police cars. There's one here in front of the Trump and go on a what do they call those gang movies with the video games? And yeah, we could run through the town with Roseanne and Tina running shotgun. So yeah, we could go do some chaos there. And with your dog, that's right. It'd be a canine unit. Oh yeah, now you're talking.
I bet we could get some ride-alongs going with.
Well, I got a whole place here full of people who like to run shotgun with us. Okay.
Hell yeah, they would.
We get the Trump flags out, the Megador flags out. We put our hats on. Yeah, let's go take LA. Because, you know, Rachel Maddow said we're vigilantes.
Listen to what we're doing. Here's my plan.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Okay, when it comes time to vote, everybody from America has to fly to LA and vote. Because they don't check nothing, you know?
I think they probably have immigration laws for Americans into LA.
They have homeless people that'll do that.
Well, but you see, if these people aren't homeless and then they go to LA, then they wouldn't be able to vote.
If MAGA goes to California, hell, it's over.
Yeah, that's true. We could all immigrate to California, live there for a day, and then come back home. Just go there and vote.
Colorado, because they have same day voting there.
Well, that's true. But see, they vote extra times. We'd have to go to LA and stay for like 2 months because we'd have to go vote every day.
Yeah, that's true.
Same day registration too. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
Hey, Roseanne, love you. Thank you
Love
for
ya,
coming
bye.
on. And I'll look forward to seeing you shortly. And also,
All right.
and by the way,
What?
don't burn the garlic. Yeah, but yeah, if you had proper
What?
if you had proper supervision, you wouldn't burn the garlic. Okay. And by the way,
And my girlfriend stayed over and she missed it too. The one I told to set the dang timer.
oh my gosh. Yeah, they have AI for that. Gosh. But people don't know. So you've got your new TV show, special, a 10-part series. That's not got a date on it yet. We wanted to show the trailer, but there's not distribution's not locked in yet. Yep.
I'm too picky. I re-edit every day and drive everyone nuts.
Well, and so Roseanne, it's an inside joke. Jennifer's here with us, and so the inside joke, we're hanging out with Roseanne, having fun, going four-wheeling in Hawaii, up the river in my Mercedes, four-wheeling up the river. Oh my gosh. I got my in-laws with me, banging their heads on the ceiling and going up the river. But you
did great in that car.
Yeah. I didn't crash. I didn't roll it. I didn't anything.
No.
So, but the deal is that we want to go hang out together. You were calling me the boyfriend or something. Jennifer and I were looking at you, but you were writing the script for this thing, and then you cast Randy Quaid trying to copycat me.
I like Randy.
Yeah, so Randy Quaid is my double.
Do you know he can play?
No, I told you I wrote it with, I wrote the part with you in mind. And then it turns out the guy looks just like you. But I wanted Randy Quaid always, and he's great in it.
He is great.
I mean, it's just, the lines I wrote for him are so guano-saving.
Do you know, Roseanne, that Randy Quaid can play just about every musical instrument there is?
No.
He is amazing musician. Amazing. Yes, I saw him in LA. Yep, I saw him in a little bistro in LA, right off Rodeo Drive, and I couldn't believe it. His wife and family was there. He is amazing.
Yeah.
So
And by the way,
he's so great of an actor. I mean, he played such a great part, and it was so fun. Yeah, we even did sex scenes.
okay, that's a line too far. I don't know that we want that.
But it was, fortunately, the writer is an old Jewish woman that's a prude.
Did you have
So
twin
they're
beds?
they're kind of ridiculous, but funny.
Yeah, the 60s scenes from the TV show with the two beds. Yeah, that's a little hard. Holding hands across the gap was something.
Hey, Roseanne, I have to tell you, when Juan said that you were not gonna be here, that you were, that I was gonna be here instead, they said, everybody started protesting. They said, "Where's Roseanne?" So
it actually happened. They were all,
really
yeah,
did.
I almost had a riot here. Yeah, fortunately, we have 5 full-time police officers.
I'm so sorry. One thing is, okay, I fell down and I hurt my neck really bad, and then it kind of got okay. But then my son bought me a Tesla truck because he said, "Mom, this has self-driving, and you're the worst driver in the world, so
And
I
it's
really want you."
bulletproof. My security team told me it's bulletproof too.
Well, that's probably good too.
Well, it's not electric eel proof. If you drive it in the pond, it can still be a problem. So be careful.
Yeah, well, there's no pond out here for that.
All right. And by the way, we had Kathy O'Brien here. You know, her house got hit by a tornado.
I know, she was making plans to come and visit
She
me.
did. She came up here instead of going to you. So there you go. She thought you were going to be here. I got her. I flew her out here. So.
But she was going to come earlier to see me. And the next day I said, well, let me know tomorrow what dates, you can come because I want to send your tickets, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the next, like about 4 hours later, she goes, we just got hit by a tornado. And she sent me pictures and I was like, oh, this is so awful because the girl that plays my granddaughter in my show, check this out, her house got ravaged by a tornado there in I forget where it was, the Midwest someplace. These things, it's just crazy, right?
Yep. Yeah, the devil used him. He's twirling his finger around. We'll go get him. We'll stop him from doing it. So, Roseanne, we love you. Thank you for just calling in for a second. I know everybody here appreciates it.
Tina, we love you so much,
Roseanne.
honey. We love you, baby.
Thank you. Love you.
God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye all.
Was that kind of fun? All right.
Hey, Juan.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we could, because the buffet will be put out at 5.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 hours with the state law for it to stay out there. So if we can do like 30 minutes tops here.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
folks, if you need to, you can go get your food and come back, but please be quiet as Tina speaks and we have some of the other presenters come up here. Maybe some folks ask some questions. We'll put 2 mics up here. We'll have 2 mics out.
Perfect. Okay, folks, go ahead and get your buffet, but we'll be answering questions. You can listen closely. If you be kind of courteous for everybody else, we'll try to make more of this. I mean, I know it's a long day, but where are you going to get gold like this, okay? It's just so fun. So let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy Tina and get some questions answered by some of these pros up here. So we got some chairs out here, Tina. You want to sit down? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and come on over, sit down, relax, take a load off, get the purse. Do you have the gold bars in there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is gold bars in there. Oh my gosh.
And Mark, if you want to come up here, Mark, Trennis, Peter Tickton, please come on up to
Peter,
the stage.
please. Yeah. Peter and I had a great conversation just a few minutes ago. Wonderful.
Mac Warner, if you want to venture up here and give us the inside scoop on DOJ, you're more than welcome.
Come on up, Peter. Gosh, he's got a spring in his step. You should be Attorney General with that kind of energy. Yeah, come on. Let's make it happen. Grab a seat there. And seriously, it ain't over yet. Peter, I think you might still be Attorney General. Let's make it happen. If there's anything I can do, I want you as Attorney General.
God willing, it's the last thing I want. Okay, frankly, I need it like another hole in my head, but I need to do it.
I'm the one. Okay, I might have to give the Don a deal he can't refuse. Okay, I could come help you out on this. Okay, we got Paul. Okay, all right. Come on, Fres. So. Because I do think there's a question: are we going to get where we have to get to with anybody that's in the system already? Blanche. I don't know. I just don't think that we're where we need to be, and confirmation stuff like that. I think we got a fair shot. Maybe somewhere down the road we get you in still, and you got enough spring in your step. You're still sharp. You still have lots of energy. All the cases you're doing, more than most of the other people in there. Let's not give up on Peter Tickton getting into that spot. He's the only guy I think that gets it enough to actually go in there and clean house the way it's supposed to do. So
It's also because he's old enough to not worry about what he has to do next.
Seriously, I don't think that's a light issue, that you're not going to allow the politics. You're going to go do what has to be done because you're not trying to get the next job, the next promotion, the next whatever. You know, there's probably not enough. Are they going to try to honeypot you? You got a hot wife. She's a babe. You don't need any of that. You don't need the money. You're just a tough guy. And by the way, Trump promoted you. Your first military promotion came from Trump. Gosh, you got to get to work. Let's get you in there. Your second promotion could be to Attorney General. Seriously, by the Commander in Chief in the right circumstances. Think I'm kidding? All right, all right.
Look, the fact of the matter is, if I do that, nobody will be seeing me anymore.
Yeah.
I'll be on some military base someplace, because if I do it, I'm going after Soros. Okay.
We got the secret moon base, and we're going to put you on the moon base. Okay, does that work for you? Okay, it's got a nice view.
The air is too polluted up there.
Okay, we got a question out there. Anywhere out there that we could start with a question, Matt?
Yeah, we got one right here.
Thank you, Matt. Very quick question I want to ask.
Yeah, who you asking? Speak into the mic. Those people back there in the chow line, you can hear the forks just scraping away, you know, throwing the slop on there. So you got to speak loud so they can hear you back there in the slop line.
Thank you, Juan. Pat Sonti, Investment Banking, New York.
Sock right in the mic.
Pat Sonti, Investment Banking, New York. That's my name. Very quick question. LA County, what happened with Nitya Raman? Is that the Rubicon, number one? Number two, we're already in mid-June. And how do you see optimistic, most likely, worst case scenario going forward to deal with these cultural Marxists? Thank you.
He wants to know about the bonds in California, the money situation, and is this going to take down California? We got a shot to get it right. The one thing I think people need to keep in mind is that we're aware of the problem. I think it was intended to cause this financial crisis to take us away from the vote fighters. They're ace in the hole. If we got close on discovering how they were controlling the votes and getting people in, then they sink the whole monetary system. And suddenly you have no time, no bandwidth to worry about that. So, oh my gosh, look, they got a lathe. That's right. You got Matt with a beautiful shirt. You got Tina. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
Take it back in. Yeah, thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt, but we brought this from Hawaii for you because we've been following your journey, and I know the hearts and minds of people in Hawaii are behind what you've done for our country, and we just wanted to make sure that you know you're welcome there anytime. That's your ticket in.
Thank you so much. And it smells so wonderful. Thank you so
You know,
much.
the context is we had Tina got a respite before she had to go to trial. And so we were able to bring her over to Hawaii. Jen and I had her as our guest for a couple of weeks while she was preparing for trial. And even with all the pressure, everything going on, and she still had her show going, it was for you, I would hope, before you went into that final trial phase, it gave you at least some refreshment so you could have a breath of fresh air before you went into the rest of the storm. But now it'd be nice to come back out and take another fresh breath of air in like that. We love Hawaii. So anyway, okay, next question. And I don't know if I answered the last one, but I guess the quick answer is we're certainly aware of the danger out across the country of these school bonds and into the bond market, the banking. If we have the collapse that we're anticipating based on the inside backdoor information, you take out 600 banks day one, and the small banks, and then it creeps up in the other stuff. it's about 100 times worse than what happened in 2008 on the numbers. And that's what Mitch Vexler, David Kenny were explaining to you, is that, and it's a freight train. There's nothing stops. It's no judge, no commissioner, Besant, anybody else. You can't stop this on the numbers. So the only way you could stop it is from and not even a presidential side, it's a commander-in-chief thing, while we pause to reset what's coming. So in the
Juan,
financial.
And if I could ask you to comment, and we'll get a question over here and we'll go over here, is I remember Mitch and Dave telling us of all the school bonds out there, no school district in America can pay the interest on their bonds fully, let alone the principal.
Yeah, yeah. It's a theft against the property owners to destroy property ownership. And President Trump said just after we did the bond conference that I had right here in this room 2.5 months ago, a week later, he said that, yes, we probably are going to have to suspend property taxes and come up with a federal solution because it's on path to destroy the country. So that was in response to what we were talking about here at the bond conference with financial people. And so next question, I want to hand the mic down the way here. Sean, have something, or who had to,
Yeah, thank you.
oh, we got another pretty girl over here. Matt, you're not as cute as you're flashy, but I want to hear her question.
Thank you. You guys are absolute heroes. Thank you all for what you've done. This conference has been incredible. I'm coming from Utah. We saw a governor's election stolen. Phil Lyman ran for governor. There's provable of election fraud there. I ran with him for lieutenant governor. So we were on the ticket together. He is still in the fight, and he's now running for Congress. And we have a month-long election time. And the election day is coming up on Tuesday, on the 23rd. What would you recommend?
A primary
The
election,
primary.
yes.
And the primary is the only thing that matters in Utah because we're red running against red. We're running against the rhinos. That's the Republicans against rhinos. And so what would you recommend as we send poll watchers in on Tuesday? What should we be looking for as we try to prevent more fraud from happening?
Yeah, here.
Monitor everything. Get people watching everything. Take all the pictures you can legally, of course. Don't harass anyone, but just keep an eye on everything you can possibly monitor. Make sure you get out a massive get out the vote effort on election day in person. Huge. And put it out on social media. Make it a real big thing and show them that it's too big to rig so they can't end up doing what they, of course, are going to try to do. And Phil Lyman, I've known for years. He is a solid, wonderful patriot. So there's no reason that a whole bunch of people shouldn't be right behind him. And I'm happy to help you. So feel free to give me a call and I'll give you any other tips I can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Phil Lyman is a personal friend, and I know his integrity. Please tell him I said hello. I'll be praying for him, and he would be awesome for Utah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. He was here yesterday. He had a debate that he had to attend, so he wasn't here today, but he loves all of you guys. Thank you.
I have something I want to add too. Okay, Weston Martinez ran for the primary in San Antonio, Texas, and in Bear County. It's spelled B-E-X-A-R, but it's pronounced Bear. And the first day of the primaries, he asked them for a list of the voters, and he got a list. And that list, they made a mistake. They didn't fix it yet, and it had all of the duplicates showing how the machines manipulated the vote, and the real lefty got the primary for the Republican seat, if you can imagine. That's how it works. So make sure during the first day in the afternoon that you're asking for the list of voters so you'll have the evidence that you're going to need later on to show that it was rigged. Okay, I'm sorry, but the machines are still in play. But that's what you have to do. You got get the list of who voted that day, and then get it again and again. The second day that he got the same list, it was all different voters that were listed. Okay, we have a smoking gun showing that the machines are in play. So make sure you get that for your race as well, okay? Thank you.
Let me just add this. You know, I have kind of uniquely all along said that we had to have a military intervention before this is over, but it has to be with some basis. It can't be done in a vacuum. And so you have to fight through to get the documentation, to prove the case, to make it so that down the road, when President Trump has to do what he has to do, the country is in step with him. And maybe they're not doing the fight specifically, but they're not fighting against it because they know that it's based on lie. In fact, we talked privately a little while ago that President Trump, the only real solution here, and Peter and I talked about this, is going to have to be some type of military intervention. Of course, we did the 17-page proposed executive order. That was the coalition effort. A number of members out of the coalition participated in putting that together. It's absolutely stunning. Peter helped push it with the president. But it has to be done not in a vacuum, but with the consent and agreement of the population that we're on track. Something has happened. We've been attacked. And if you go forward with the 2026 election with the winners of the primaries who are there through fraud, then all you have that you can elect are people that got through the primary process fraudulently. That can't stand. It must, you're going to have to do a pause, a reset, look at the candidates there and start over is my only, I think it's the only way we get there. You think so too also, I think.
I think it's gonna come down to that sooner or later. It's possible we can avoid it, but everything has to go right, and it has to start going right soon enough. And it's a matter of timing, and God help us. Hopefully we won't need, well, I don't see any other way, because right now, we can't go forward with this election if we have all lefties in Republican candidates. You know, so they're going to still vote the same way as the lefties are going to vote. They just have a different label on their sleeve. So I think it is too late at this point to just go forward. I think we're safe though with the senators because they weren't really dealing with the primaries, but with the House, it's going to be irreparable.
I want to ask you a question. If you had one question to ask President Trump, what would it be?
Hey, and Pam, if you can, just move that mic over. It's on the podium. You can actually use the hot mic there on the podium too if you needed to. That should be working. The batteries on these remotes die sometime.
That'll be the first time now.
Maybe hello? The reality is we are all bonds out there. You know that, right? Every one of you is a bond since the day you were born. And I would ask, Mr. President, show me the money. Where is the money? We made a documentary about this, and every single one of you is worth a lot of money. They're not allowing us to have the reset, number one. Number two, you're all worth $300 million. Everything you've done in your life has been traded through your birth certificate. And if they can keep us poor, then we cannot fight with them. We want our money so we can, imagine if there's 800 people in here and you're all billionaires. Would we have a fight? Would we have a good fight for these guys? They would be in a lot of trouble, wouldn't they? Hopefully these guys are going to give me the opportunity to play my short trailer that we made specifically for this event. Dear Mr. President, show me the money. Dear mrpresident.net. We put out flyers yesterday. We need your support. This is a war. You can't win a war without money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. And yeah, we will show that before we do Ed.
I like his enthusiasm. I could hear him. You know, when I was in prison, they called me into medical, and they said that they did a hearing test, and they said I needed hearing aids. I said, I don't need hearing aids. I need to not be able to hear these women that are yelling and screaming all the time. So, you know, being in prison is a really strange experience. Do you have a question, sir? What would I ask the president? I would ask the president, Mr. President, after 5 years of having put forth the images that prove that Jenna Griswold and the deep state, Merrick Garland, deleted 29,000 presidential election records and have unauthorized software in these voting machines. Why are these machines still being used in this country?
Juan, I think we have a
Trennis
question over
Evans,
here.
go ahead.
We have a question here too after
Well,
Trennis
because
talks.
I'd like to answer Tina's question because we have allowed ourselves to be ruled by tyrants. Go ahead, Matt.
Yes, ma'am. State of Freedom podcast right here.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Danielle Walker.
Talk loud. We have a hard time up here.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Danielle Walker with the State of Freedom podcast. I just appreciate you all so much. And Tina, you look even more gorgeous in person. It is such an honor to be under the same roof as you. Question for you. How are you doing? And how is life acclimating now that you're out?
I've been out a week and 5 days now. Having been in almost 2 years, it's a weird feeling. It's like nothing's changed in a good sense and a bad sense, if you get what I mean. And I wrote the president. I wrote 2 letters, and I appreciate everyone that wrote me and prayed for me and supported me at tinapeters.us. But I was discouraged, and I wrote the president and I said, you know, why everything that I've done to be in prison, what good was it? And so the president called me and I asked him that question. And so, you know, I'm going to have a voice to talk to him about this, and I'm very grateful for that. But the thing that I'm most grateful for, I'm not afraid of dying. I've never been afraid of dying. I didn't raise a Navy SEAL for nothing. Even in prison, when the women would be chest bumping me and threatening to punch me and things like that. I mean, we're talking, Colorado does not have a minimum security prison. They do for the men, but there's only two women's prisons in Colorado. So what they do is they actually get on a variance and override, and they send these women to the prison that I was in. And I mean, those are women in there that have killed their children. They have shot one girl that I would walk with. She shot her boyfriend in the face. So many people in there were violent criminals. And what it taught me is not to be afraid, to stand up. I won the women's support. They were asking me, they said, please don't forget us. One second. So everybody's voice needs to be heard. And we've come so far into the violations of our First Amendment that sent me to prison. Since I've been out, people ask me, what's the first thing that you did? I went and had a big, fat, juicy steak. The next day, I had a big, fat, juicy steak. I think for 5 days, I had a big, fat, juicy steak because I got so tired of watching on TV all those slicing of the Badlands or whatever that was, ranch beef being sliced and we didn't get any. It's been, I'll let you know, there's things that I noticed that trigger me so far after being out. That's really interesting. But I'm very grateful. But the fight still goes on. The fight is still going on. So, yeah, thank you for that question.
Well, I think you're actually going to be a very strong voice. Look, you've moved from pawn to queen. You've moved from pawn to queen. You're going to have a very powerful voice moving forward. We got to get through this election thing, but the trauma, the horrors really that you've seen, you were in several women's prisons because they had to move you around. I think you're going to be a voice for prisoners because the whole prison system is wrong. It's not just the justice system, the way they send people there. It's the prison system is just totally screwed up. So we have a responsibility. We have so many people in prison that really shouldn't be there. And then the ones that are there are not being treated correctly. And so we have an immense problem within the prison system that I think your next mission is going to have to be something to do with that beyond this election stuff. I saw Sean want to say something.
No, I appreciate Sean so much for all he's done, the sacrifices he's made. And I'll talk more about this as time goes on to everyone, but the prison systems are a business. They're meant to keep people coming in and coming in and coming in, repeat offenders. And they do it by I believe it's a federal program. I'm going to be asking those questions. It's called Suboxone, and they cloak it in. Well, this helps people get so they're not dependent on, opioids and different things. Well, let me tell you something. If you're sentenced to prison for more than 6 months, and people just leave you alone and don't give you drugs, guess what? You're not going to be addicted anymore. But what they do is they give these women things that keep them addicted, and they go and they take them, then they hide them in their gums, then they go out and spit in a cup back in their cell, and then they let that dry out. And because they only pay them $15 a month, you can't even afford shampoo and things like that. So they chop it up and they sell it to afford to live in there. It's really pathetic, but I'll be on that more. It's a terrible program. We need to do something about reforming people so they actually can have a life that have lived in generational drug and violence and food. They need food.
Tina's absolutely right. We have a private prison system in Tennessee and many other states. And what people don't seem to understand is a lot of our courts have been privatized. The probation attorneys, the defense attorneys are owners of these very systems. And so they're profiting off of everybody that's going through the system. So they're not really even allowed to have a fair trial anymore. What they're trying to do is they're trying to push people to take deals, because every deal that they get is more money into that private system. And when you have these DAs, these judges and all of that actually own the privatized system, they're getting richer and richer and richer for every case that comes before them. And the only thing that's doing is violating everybody's rights. That's all it's doing. We have it I told you guys about Tennessee. We have a problem with the drug courts running a human trafficking ring out of the drug courts. You heard about the sheriff in Kentucky that shot and killed the judge. That's going to be over a lot of the sexual allegations and things like that. Our justice system is broken, and until we clear the benches, until we clear the judiciary, until we clear the district attorney conferences, and we get back to the nuts and bolts of what our Constitution says, nothing's going to change. And it comes down to each one of us to demand the change.
And it comes, and the foundation of it all is elections. The foundation of it all is elections that put these criminals in places of power.
You want to go? I just want to say that either we concentrate first on the machines, or we're going to be fighting the prison system as inmates. So we.
Hey, Peter, repeat that.
Repeat
that. It's so important, Peter. Please say that again.
Okay, we need to and this is Tina's, I've spoken to Tina a lot, and this is probably her main thrust and the main concern is to get rid of the machines. Because if we don't get rid of the machines, we'll be fighting to improve the prison system as inmates.
Here's how I would say it. Get rid of the machines or live under their reign and rule. Because the machine is about to take over, right?
For as long as they'll let us live under their rule.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going back to prison. I already did that once. You can check that off my bucket list. I just don't think that I already had that experience. So, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, but no, seriously, folks, what we're saying up here, these aren't colloquialisms. These aren't just ideas or thoughts to something you go, hey, I heard that, and you file it away. You have to make a conscious decision as to whether or not you're going to live in a country. How many generations have we known? How many, did our parents know and our grandparents now that the fraud, the corruption was rampant? Everywhere I go, and I think every person on this stage and many of you in the audience would attest to this. When I first started doing this, speaking out and traveling the country, I'll never forget the first county I spoke in, South Carolina. And somebody came to me and said, you have no idea what it's like here. The fraud is so bad. The rhinos are in control. We can't control our election. They're doing this. They're stealing this. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. Does anyone know? And then I went to the next place, and the story was the same. And here, how many of you in this room, raise your hand, how many of you in this room came to me tonight or to yesterday and told me a similar story? You did. They're out there. I know they're there. I see some hands. You came and told me about your county. Tina Peters is living proof of what a county will do. January 6th defendants are the early adopters, as Peter says. This is the world we live in, and we have come to accept it. I'm not willing to accept it anymore. If President Trump can't get it done, maybe we the people do. So he has a choice to make. Operate with the courage of Lincoln and get it done, or let it fall to the hands of the people, because we will.
Love you, bro. Okay, we've got a line here, and we've been a little bit slow in answering stuff, but let's power through quickly. Go ahead.
They're just going to use that mic up there.
We'll keep our answers shorter.
Juan,
Make it a quick one.
Juan, how many people in the audience have ever made their own citizen's arrest? Anyone? Following on the street, and he didn't have any pants on. He was in his car and he was pacing me, and I thought, well, that guy's a pervert. I don't want him on the street, because there's a lot of kids on this street that I babysit. Hey, Dad, can I do a citizen's arrest? I went to that house and had that man arrested. I got him on that Megan's Law site. So if someone's double voted, and we know about that, and there's 600 of us, how many citizens arrests is that? How many criminal complaints is that? And can we get a software with app and a template to write those criminal complaints? Because I believe if I know somebody double voted or voted 10 times and I have enough paper evidence, why can't I do a criminal complaint and a citizen's arrest?
No, I think that's a good point.
Can we?
You can, yeah. Well, Sean here.
Oh, I was just asking, what exactly is the question?
Can we do a citizen's arrest if we know someone has double voted or voted multiple times?
In a lot of states you can. It just depends on what states you can. Tennessee's a private prosecution state, but each state's different on their state constitution. Anybody that can make a constitutional arrest like that absolutely should.
So we would depend, it would depend on your state.
Try to get action, yeah. You can still file a complaint, try to get action.
So it'd
Yeah,
be state
well,
by state?
It's state by state, but normally, for the most part, it's that you're allowed to if you personally witness a violation of a felony, not if you see a.
So you have to witness the
You have to
felony.
witness it, and it's got to be a felony, not a misdemeanor.
All right, thank you very much.
Next question, let's
Right
power
over
through.
here, one of our presenters,
Yep.
Roy Thorson, on the Hawaii public housing fraud.
Okay, speak clearly right into the mic, loud enough for everybody to hear you.
Well, Tina,
Louder.
I would like to address Tina specifically and tell you, Tina, that you stood, and because you stood, I stood. And I was all alone. Nobody was by me. Nobody in Hawaii would talk to me. They would call me names at the board meetings, you bigot, you stupid, crazy woman. And all I was doing was telling them there's fraud. There's fraud here. Look at a $1 billion fraud scheme, and I can prove it. Nobody would talk to me until I found Doug. He's the one that gave you the lay. He gave me the lay. Him and his wife came with me today from Hawaii. They're my support. But it was because of you I stood alone. I love you.
If I affect one person like that, like I've affected you, then it's all worth it.
Amen.
I want each person, and that's my, people can tell you that it's not about what they do to me, it's about what they do to you. And there was a woman in prison, her name was MJ, little black girl, 19 years old, kind of heavy set black girl, and she loved me. She called me grandma. She'd yell across the yard, "Grandma, grandma, free Tina Peters, free Tina Peters." Well, this awful captain who ran the prison put her in the hole for saying that. They took away her tablet, any communication that she had or any privileges she had for saying, and told her, you can't go and say free Tina Peters. Everybody that stands up will be persecuted. I can promise you. The Bible says that, right? But it's so worth it, because when you do it, when I do it, and it affects you like that, and then you do it, and it affects somebody else like that, then everybody gets courage to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
So you keep going, girl. I applaud you. You're my hero.
Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. And that's where I have no fear. I have no fear. I'm going home after this broad conference. I'm going home. And there's an element of me going, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be safe? But I don't fear anybody. And so that comes from the Lord. But you gave me strength. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Remember, everyone, courage is contagious, and spread it everywhere.
Yeah. We're not done with Hawaii, and we'll be sensitive to what's said there and done there. And you do have a support group locally, great guys, Marines.
I was going to say,
yeah,
Doug Pasnick, who gave you that lay, retired Marine Colonel,
Yep.
F-18 backseater, great
Yep.
guy. The Marines are with you. Tina's with you, but more importantly, God's with you.
And the whole country is coming on this Hawaii thing. Hawaii, if you can get Hawaii halfway back on track, you can get the whole country on track, because they are so far off
And
the
if we could
rails.
say one thing, and we'll get a couple more questions so you guys can all eat too. State of Hawaii, and they know this. What if I told you the state of Hawaii inaugurated their governor before they certified the election, and the court said, no big deal.
It's insane. I could go on and on about Hawaii, but we're coming. Okay, next question.
It's not so much a question.
Oh my gosh, you girls are going to kill me. Speak in the mic like you just told your, get off that couch with the ice cream cone. Okay? Speak so we can understand what's going on. Okay? If your husband is leaving and he hasn't done his yard work yet, you can't leave till the yard work's done. Okay? So talk like we could, it's with some passion.
Hello. Lori drugged me up here. I wasn't going to do this. I had my card talking about the video that I put together to, it's a tool for people that don't believe in election fraud. I sent it to my cousin who's a Democrat, and she texted me back, I had no idea there was that much election fraud. What can we do? That was a Democrat. And so I completed it just before the election, the 2024 election. Tina Peters is in it. That was before she went to prison. Mark Cook is in it. He was my second editor. My first editor was my 10-year-old granddaughter. I brought my 14-year-old grandson here. He's been taking notes and he's going to do a report. So I just want to get this card to you so you can see that. And it'll tell you how to search it on YouTube. If you remember 3 words, you can all watch it. So it's hopeful.
Oh, it's got a car in it.
Patriot.
Couple cars,
Journey.
classics. I liked her. Well, now I'm on track. I want to see the movie.
Okay, well, my husband and I toured the country in that Model A.
Oh, really? Is that
Yeah.
one of the shades, or is that an original? For
It's
real?
original, not an
Oh.
original shade. No.
Okay.
My
okay.
husband painted it.
Very, very cool. Okay, we will. Yeah.
Hopeful,
It has a car in it.
Patriot,
That's
Journey.
Very cute.
Hopeful,
all right.
Patriot, Journey.
Maybe we can put it out there in the unauthorized site or at some point, or in the Hub with Mark's stuff.
It's
so.
been on the Hub twice.
Has it? Okay, good. Well, Mark's in it. I understand that now. So, okay, next question. We got to keep moving here.
Thank you. Well, let me ask you honest. You guys got to eat. Ed's going to start at about 6 p.m. So 2 more questions, 3 more questions, what?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my question, we didn't talk much about the new financial system. I'm in the state of Texas. I am a 23-year Navy veteran. I was combat search and rescue. I rescued Marines and SEAL teams. We did all their insertions, but that's not the question or what I'm trying to ask. And I also worked at USA Financial Services, so I retired twice. My question is, I've been following, Legal Tender Act in Utah when it first got approved through legislation and through their attorney general. I was following that, and then I watched Texas with Governor Rick Perry, who repatriated the gold and silver that was in New York. I think it was under Chase, who actually owned it. And it took a lawsuit to repatriate our own gold and silver. At that time, as it progressed, it went into where we got the final approval for the Legal Tender Act. It was sometime last year, towards the end. I think it was in September. And now with that Legal Tender Act, they're creating a lateral financial system using gold and silver as legal tender, but using blockchain for you to go ahead and exchange, I guess you could say US, like American Eagles and silver and gold, and be able to transact. Is that
Let me jump ahead. I got it. Here's the deal. To the extent that the cryptos are a receipt or a title deed ownership to silver or gold, or eventually a basket of metals, including the rare earths, to the extent that the cryptos are a transactional receipt, fantastic, okay? But, or for in the ground materials to be mined, etc., something tied to something physical, as opposed to vaporous. Look, digital fiat is actually more dangerous than paper fiat, okay? So we are going back to constitutional money, which is gold and silver coin, which has been minted, okay? It can be bars, and we're going back to that. And we'll pay our receipts, pay our debts as a country. We build a new submarine. it'll come out of Treasury. We're not going to play the Federal Reserve System, but there will be a transition. You can't stop the ship. You have to keep forward momentum. The business of America's business, and we need to keep the machine going, but there will be a trade-off, a handoff. So next question. I want to keep moving because we had a bunch of people. Oh, and here.
Only
here.
to say.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. One person.
I know we're utilizing blockchain, but not to sell crypto. Blockchain being the settlement mechanism for gold and silver.
Well, I want to say one thing about elections too, because a lot of people have been talking about blockchain for that. And I want everyone to understand this. Some of you may have seen or know of Ed Solomon. This is a very big thing. First of all, people like to say that crypto is just bulletproof and it's fine, you can't hack it, it's bullshit. You baked something into the beginning of that blockchain, absolutely you own it, and you won't know. And this applies to a very foundational concept that everyone needs to understand that gets glossed over far too much with regards to elections, as well as a broad array of technologies that run our lives whether or not we know it. Let's talk about just the election piece of it. How many of you can do math like Ed Solomon? What I mean by that is how many of you can do multiple, absolute, beyond the layman, PhD level math in your head? Raise your hand. How many? Maybe one of you. No? That's it? Wow, that's crazy. If you go to blockchain, how many of you can explain how a blockchain works? Good. I see one hand. How many of you understand if you vote with a machine or a blockchain, one of these opaque technologies, that you know how your nation is decided, how the future of your nation is weighed against your will as a voter? How many of you know that? Exactly, and you can't. So there may be a point in history where some of these technologies can influence our lives and be useful and beneficial to humanity. But until we bring us back to a foundation where it's the opposite of opaque, where it's clear to see, as easy as counting a rock like they used to do in the ancient times, throw a rock in a pile, until that is where we return to, we have no business trying to move forward with something that every single one of you, whether you graduated from high school or not, can understand, because we do not care about expediency when it comes to the future of our elections. We care about truth. That is what Tina stood for. And I heard the last woman who spoke, what she said, it inspired her. That is what everyone needs to take away from this. What this is not about Tina Peters. Tina Peters, I'll tell you what Tina Peters is about. We are all blessed beyond measure that the woman that God placed here in that position to make those images, to make sure that that was done, that she had it in her heart, that she had the strength to go through all of that, lose her husband, lose her son, endure all the slander and all the attacks, all the backstabbing, spend all this time in prison, and still she has the strength to stand here and say we need to move forward in the right direction. The fact that one of you is inspired, that's not to say Tina did her job. You need to do your job, because if you do not hand that torch over, we will never return to that foundation, and we will never be able to build on something solid again. So yes, we should fill stadiums. We should not even fill stadiums. There should not be a house in this nation. Whether or not they agree with you is one thing, but there should not be a single household in this nation or someone on the street who doesn't know that there are hardworking, honest Americans who care about the future of this nation and know how critical this period of time that we are in is for the future of our children. It's not about Tina, it's not about me. There are millions of children that go missing. Some of them will never be saved. Some of them are waiting to be rescued, and some of them never will be. But they will never fail to continue disappearing if we do not solve this issue. I once in my life believed that my voice didn't matter because I saw very young how dark this world can be. And that is exactly the place that they want you. And this woman is a testament. Never let them convince you of that. How many of you have 1 million followers? Good. It doesn't matter. You don't need any followers. You need one voice, and that's all you need. That's ultimately what Tina has. It's what we were all born with, and it's what we'll leave here with. Use it.
Let me just add one 10-second thing. How do you defeat AI? Person to person. That's why you guys are so important. When we're working together, the AI can't control us. They might try to influence us, but they can't tell me a lie when I talk to you personally. You tell me what the facts are, person to person. That's how we defeat it. That's the future. Matt, next person.
I will try to speak loudly.
You're doing great. Okay, perfect.
Okay, we're Bonnie and David. First of all, thank you to every person on that stage and behind the scenes. You guys are amazing. Tina, thank you so much. He gave a very good segue to my question. After hearing all of the information that we have heard this week here, what is the one biggest thing that each one of us can go home and do to make a change, to make a difference?
I got that. Well, the first thing I would suggest to everybody, what you can do to make a difference is you need to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be uncomfortable. What do I mean by that? You have to have uncomfortable conversations. You have to have these conversations where you're told not to. Don't have political conversations or spiritual conversations, religious conversations over dinner. Yes, that's exactly where you need to have these conversations, because there is no way that we're going to win this war. Are we in a war?
Yes, absolutely.
There's no way we're going to win this war if our voices are not heard. We cannot be docile. We cannot hide in the shadows any longer. I've done the math. I've gone through this country 4 times. I've traveled this country. 49 out of 50 states. Only thing that stopped me is Hurricane Helene from hitting number 50. 49 out of 50 states over a 3-year, 2.5-year period. And I can tell you the number one challenge I see is people do not stand up. They're afraid to lose their family. I get it. I get 2 of my daughters disowned me because I was at J6. That sucks. It sucks. But guess what? I would do it exactly the same way again and again and again. You know why? Because I'm fighting for all the children that are being raped daily over and over and over again. And if you're not willing to be uncomfortable in the face of a child getting raped, there's a problem with you. We are the way to fix this. The micro will fix the macro. And we have to be willing. Now, the 2A is created for a reason. I'm not telling you to go out and use your guns, but I can tell you the opposition needs to know that you are willing to do so. If they figure you are unwilling to fight for what you believe in, you already lost.
Fair elections are the citizens' last nonviolent check on corruption. Okay, that's why I fight. I don't fight because I want to get violent. I fight for fair elections because I don't want anyone to get violent. We must have fair elections to avoid that. And that's, hey, our fear is their power. As soon as you let go of the fear, their power disappears.
I'm going to add to that. My summary for that is, if you're afraid to speak out, if you're afraid to be on a list, if you're afraid to donate to an organization to serve the interest of your countrymen and things you believe in, they don't need to strip you of your First Amendment. They already took it away.
You gave it away.
You gave it away. Exactly.
All right, next question. Let's keep moving here.
Do not fear and do not be the church's version of meek. Be the meek warhorse you were created to be.
Thank you so much.
Matt, how long do we have before we have to?
I would allow you all. I would say another question or two. Another question or two, so you can eat.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we're being fair to the people in line. Go ahead. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I was probably draining the batteries, so I do apologize for that. Thank you, Juan. I appreciate the invitation. I worked for the last 15 years to stay hidden in Los Angeles, working my ass off for the Patriot cause. But I never back down from a challenge. I'm here. I'm a patriot. Any question that I did have already got answered. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, panel. Thank you, patriots. God bless. Thank you.
And I like that hat.
Thank you. I thought it was a white hat
Yeah,
event.
and I love that.
So I was like, okay, I guess we wear white hats. Somebody said something about a white hat operation. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, I'm glad they didn't say shorts. I would have been
well, no,
wearing
I was going to
shorts
say
too.
we got to work on the shoes, but I love the hat.
When you're, thank you. When you're amongst prestigious thinkers and minds, you better be willing to look the part.
That's why I wore a t-shirt.
Oh, and Tina, I did pray for you. You were in my prayers. I reached out and gave you as many spiritual hugs as I could, because I've been there. I know what it is to feel alone. Okay? I love you. Thank you.
All right, mine's really quick. Juan, I want to ask you a clarification question. I've heard you say many times through many different shows, you make the distinction about silver being constitutional silver, meaning minted. Does that mean that the silver we're buying is of lesser value?
No, it affects the value of silver in a generic sense because it's an industrial metal and it has utility. But for money in a classic sense, for all good, for all bills, public and private, as a tender, the government recognizes it is coined silver from the treasury. But that affects the rest of the other values of silver, including collectible and things like that. So go ahead. Next question.
I was going to say, Juan, as your chief of staff, I'm going to say one more question. Then you guys go pee, go eat. We'll have Ed Solomon get ready to get up here, and we can just keep talking.
Well, we got two pretty girls after this, so I'll field the girls if we have to.
Matt, I've just spent almost 2 years of people telling me what to do.
Tina, we're trying to make sure you are not taxed and do what you want to do.
I'm not gonna pee, I'm not gonna eat, and I'll do whatever the hell I want to do.
Amen.
But I love you.
We want to be courteous of your time.
Oh,
good. Now I understand why Peter says, I think I'm married to that woman too.
Yeah, praise God that we all get to do what we want to do as we're called, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. So here's my question. We are a captive audience, a captive nation. Yes. We're broken people. I came to this conference with, what can I do? What can I do? I have resources, a little bit. I have time. I have money, a little bit. What can I do in this fight that we're in?
Okay,
so I have this thought, quick segue. We all come and go and we see fraud in our comings and goings. Example, healthcare fraud we see on the streets. We see these stores with these signs that are all the same size and cheap print, and there's nobody in the office. We know this scenario. What can I do? What's my best avenue to report this, to bring this forward? Do I have time and resources to pro se this situation? That's my question.
Okay. You know what I think sometimes people are looking for a guru, somebody to rally their mind to operate in a certain way. But I don't know if that's actually sound, safe, or even biblical. You've been given life. You have physical presence. Your health. Now, some people do amazing things even with only half their health. What you really should be doing, I think, everybody here should be asking for divine guidance. You all have different skill sets. Look at Chris Burgard, cowboy, Hollywood, doing all that stuff, and yet he found a way to take the skill sets that he has with horses, animals, knowledge in those very difficult to get to places along the border, and that did important work. He took his movie skills and rallied people together to do movies, documentaries. I'm looking here in front row with Hugo Fugan. Wrote software, one of the greatest, the best flight software program that most pilots today that are still flying have been flying for a very long time, saved really probably thousands of lives practicing. I mean, I don't overstate that at all. And yet he took those skills and helped to decipher and wrote the book, which I got to help a little bit with the editing on, wrote the book about the Loretta Fuddy crash. He took his skill sets that, if you asked me, if he'd just asked me, what should I do? I'd have told him 10,000 things potentially. It wouldn't have anything to do with his skill sets, but he did so under divine guidance. He's under a hand of God type of thing. I think you'd agree, wouldn't you, Hugo? So everybody here has unique skill sets. And by the way, your skill sets may be just to save a neighbor child, just to help a young person get their first launch into life to get a place in the world. Is that minor? Justice Thomas, a friend, he tells the story how his mom worked day and night as a cleaning up office buildings so that she had the money so he could go to law school. Can you imagine if he didn't have the money to go to law school, if his mom wasn't scrubbing floors, what the Supreme Court decisions would be, including you wouldn't have gotten Roe versus Wade turned over. In the heavenly realm, I don't think we have any concept of how God will weigh who did what and what rewards, what mansions are built up for them because they have valued how they use their life, apply themselves different than what the people around them would do. If you're under divine direction, he has a plan, and what he wants you to do right now may have nothing to do with where you end up. It does in his economy. 10, 15, 20 years, you start somewhere. If you're faithful with a little, he will give you more. I think every person on this stage would agree with me. He who is given much, of those people, much is required. And so I feel very, very blessed to even get a chance to talk with folks out over the week. Every person here has been given much in the way of blessings, health, clarity of mind, experience, mistakes that we've learned through. But that also means we have greater responsibility to apply that moving forward. God's watching. So does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds perfect, except I want to add to it.
Okay. Attorneys, I'm telling you.
I know.
One more stipulation.
And he charges by the hour, so just.
Boom. You don't want to know what I charge. But in any event, I was sitting here thinking, because that's the second time the question came up, what do I do? And we have so many good people here. I mean, I just love being here. I just love being with like-minded people. It's just so wonderful to have these occasions. It's kind of like going to a Trump rally, But I want to give you something. I want to give you an answer to that question, because I think of all the questions asked, that's the most important question of the night. What can I do? And I was sitting here and I was thinking, oh, maybe join the Republican Party near you and whatever. And then I realized, no, I got a better one. You're here among a lot of experts about election fraud. You've been listening about election fraud. You've learned about election fraud. Figure it out a little bit more. Get that video, please. We got to be able to get that video up on the screen so that girl that talked about the video she made, you got the card. We got to get that out somehow So you got a tool, and all you need to do is start talking to some of your liberal friends, and don't argue with them. Just ask them, say, what do you think about this? But get ahead of the curve. Understand about election fraud now, because when Maduro starts singing publicly, when we start showing the world that China was behind the takeover of America for 4 years and they want it for good and they want to turn us into slaves, as long as they'll keep us alive, knowing what the World Economic Forum wants to do to us, okay? What they want to do to us is not something that we want to have done to us. Let me assure you of that. So we got to win this battle. How do we win it? We win it one voice, one person at a time. So if you can convince 2 people, and each one of them, when they get convinced, they can convince 2 people, we'll have a geometric progression. And once we have that going, once we start getting momentum, and then you start seeing Maduro, and that starts coming out, then you're going to look like the genius in your neighborhood. You're going to be the smart ones that are going to be the leaders of the coming change. Because I'm telling you now, we didn't go to get Maduro for the purposes of stopping the cocaine and the fentanyl. That's a byproduct. We needed Maduro because we need to clean up not just the United States, but South Korea is having the same problem. Look at the UK, where they're arresting 30 to 50 people a day for what they're putting out in social media and their texts. We don't want to be that way. We don't want that here. So either you speak now, or you're not going to be able to speak the truth later. So that's the answer to the question. If you want to know what to do, speak up.
Yeah, our nation was built by a small group of rebels. And this nation built by rebels has turned into a nation of conformists. So what I would say is, summon your inner American rebel and rebel against electronic control of your elections. Take them back, like your life depends on it.
Okay, let's power on. Next question there.
There was a lovely lady before me who's too shy to ask you her question. Matt has it. Do you want to give it?
All right, speaking that mic, you gotta, it's like calling the kids back from getting out of the yard.
She has it. She has this. It was an image on her phone of a bull elephant, I believe. Bull elephant. I have many questions, but I prayed for Mr. President Trump and the 5/23/23 full moon, and she got Mr. Trump on this bull elephant. So she was asking Juan that prayer, and then what you saw with this bull elephant image. Your thoughts on, I guess, a divine influence on her, that coincidence with praying for Mr. Trump?
Well, I mean, there's so many amazing coincidences that we've all seen. I remember being at a rally and somebody had what looked absolutely like President Trump's face in the clouds over the rally just before he pulled in. We've had, so many coincidences on the numbers and like that. There is a hand of God thing. As far as I'm concerned, it goes all the way back to the Pilgrims and the covenant that they made with God in heaven for this land and this people. So we're under some kind of a divine hand of God in this moment. So. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to. I see it. Yeah, it's beautiful. I think that, and sometimes, there's a hand of God where He just needs to give you some reassurance. He's right there with you. So anyway, let's power to the next one. Thank you.
You all walk on water. We cannot thank you enough. I fled with my family from Silicon Valley, where I'd lived for almost 40 years, to Michigan, where my husband was thinking.
Talk about going out of the fire into the frying pan. I mean, holy cow.
Why didn't you tell me that sooner?
I did. Nobody was listening. You were probably listening to rock stations or something. I don't know.
No, husband's family was there. Long story short, I find it's a socialist hellhole. And I sue the school board 6 months after I get there to get the masks off the children. For
Oh,
that,
that'll make you popular with the neighbors.
expensive attorney, not as expensive as Peter, $25,000 retainer, takes him about 25 hours. They drop the mask mandate the day we file. We delayed a little bit to let Ann Arbor climb aboard because they were also desperate. Other towns were also desperate. You can lead. So then the attorneys I used to use in the Michigan area wanted very little to do with me. So my next lawsuit was pro se. It was against both our city council and our school board because they are clearly a gang, a white, very white gang, and they have taken over this little town near Ann Arbor. I get stuck in what Juan has so well called magistrate hell, but my goal was to paint a picture for my fellow citizens of the corruption in our little town. And that it did do. It woke up some people. So my biggest hero aside from Juan is Peter, because finding an honest lawyer who will help you is a good trick. But I will say $185 to file a pro se lawsuit in the district where I live. And the question that I want to ask, because I want to go bedevil our school board, when the bonds blow, are the trustees on the school board liable?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. In fact, that's the word. Probably David Kenny is the one that's the authority on that, and he could really, maybe help you through on some of that. We have some stuff up in Denver that's been done that would be similar, probably. But let me just say this: we're going to do something very involved on pro se. The stuff that you've done, Trennis, Tracy out here, Greg Stenstrom, the book. I want to do a conference around pro se, and it won't be 6 months from now. It's going to be more like we'll do some stuff in that September 10th stuff. I think a day on that, but I think a whole conference on that within some short time afterwards. So I hope you'll decide to come out here and join us for that. And I think it's very important. It's because pro se, even after the president does what he does with the national security emergency, and we get in there and deal with some of the criminality and clear out some of these offices, it's still going to take some legal work in the courts as they get turned back on to overturn in the legal arena much of the criminality that's gone on, much of the malfeasance that's gone on. And so it's hard with the attorneys. And if you understand the pro se, we can do 1,000 suits with average people with pro ses. And then I would say this also, that so many of the attorneys, I know lots of fantastic attorneys, but it's the courts and the threats against their license, their ability to practice, that they have to be so careful, they have to choke back. But that doesn't mean in the world that's coming that will continue, and we may very well need some of those attorneys and will be very valuable to help us to make our presentations in a correct way moving forward. So are you in agreement on that, or am I missing it?
No idea.
Okay, he has no idea. So they got to you then, right? So the bar guys got to you, the judges got to you?
The one thing I can promise you is nobody's getting to me, okay? All right? No, but no, I just don't know the answer as to whether the trustees are liable. There's a lot of laws in a lot of different places that protect people like that. So I don't know the answer. Certainly, if they act outside of the scope of their responsibilities, that could be it. But I really don't know the answer. It's the kind of thing that I would want to research if I got involved with such a case.
There you go. All right, next, let's keep moving.
All right, now I just make sure Ed Solomon's waiting in the wings for his presentation.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Danessa Rains. I'm from Coos County, Oregon. And I'm supposed to come back with some election integrity tools in my back pocket. And the one thing we're going to be doing, I'll just give some of the things we're going to be doing, is the fairs, where we can have intervention. I mean, you can talk with people. It would be really helpful to have a tool because I was one of 8 observers for my election because no one wants to go anymore to observe.
Louis, this is you need to talk on
So
this.
what happened is I'm in there asking her questions, the clerk, and she's sitting there with a phone in her back pocket in the tabulation room. And they lock all the phones and everything in the tabulation room in a locker for all the paid workers. So is there any tools to show that this air gap, which they have been lied to by the Secretary of State, that there's no modem? She keeps saying there's no modem in these 2 little black towers, and we're.
I got you covered.
Okay.
Okay, you got my number, right?
Yes. But
Call me tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, Coos County, man. I mean, Oregonians have to save Oregon. It can't be done externally. Every state has to own up. The one thing I want to say about Oregon is you have a ballot measure. Here's what happened. They had a ballot measure 20 years ago. And the citizens of Oregon saw what was coming with all this outside money. They're, a low population state. So a ballot measure got passed. I mean, it was like, 90% of the public wanted this ballot measure passed. It wasn't, just like near 50-50. Then the machine came back and challenged this ballot measure. And the ballot measure said that no more than 10% of donations to a candidate could come from outside the location that office was for. So if you had a city council, it had to be from within the perimeter of the city where people can vote for that office. That donations more than 10% were forbidden, so that it was only citizens in that exact voting district for that office that were primarily giving money for that. The problem is, for example, in Oregon, they saw, like with Nike and other big companies, in these small rural counties in Eastern Oregon, they'd throw all this money to a candidate and the local citizens couldn't possibly come up with that much money. And then we look further with the work that Sean is doing and like that. A lot of the money's coming out of Arizona, Tennessee. Tennessee has a huge tie to Oregon. And so people in Arizona are deciding who's getting into office in Oregon. And what's the rest of that story? Ultimately, the senators are the big one. These small population states, Alaska, Oregon, they throw a bunch of money in there, liberal money, Soros money, Chinese money, and then they get a senator, a couple of senators. And now you're throwing the balance out in the US Senate, let alone the state Senate, with senators that are, going to go the liberal side, if you will. So what Oregon tried to do is they passed a ballot measure that couldn't let Arizona money come in for a Senate position or even a governorship, something in Oregon. The courts fought it all the way along. They numerous times won in court over 20 years. Law firms put huge money into this, but they haven't, the Justice Department, the US Justice Department hasn't shown up. The courts aren't enforcing the law. So all this money is coming in from outside of Oregon to decide who the governor is going to be, who the senators are going to be, and it affects the balance in the US Senate. It's not Oregonians making this decision. It's a combination of the vote fraud and then financial frauds and how these campaigns are funded. And Oregon has a ballot measure. It's valid. It should be enforced. It's not being enforced. People of Oregon have dropped the ball on other Oregonians that came in before, went through all the stress, all the strain, all the effort to get this amazing ballot measure as law through a vote that the legislature cannot overturn. It's the will of the people through a vote. A ballot measure is the strongest vote you can do, but the courts aren't even doing anything to enforce it. Oregonians, you're doing a shame. It's shameful what's being done to the prior Oregonians to went to all this effort and aren't being respected. I think that Oregonians have to save Oregon. I went on too long. Okay, all right. But Oregon's a big deal. So go ahead. Next one. Sorry.
Hi.
And then I wanted to talk about the aliens in a second, but Okay, now I know what it feels like for Jaco and Nino. Yeah, when I go on. Go ahead.
I'm Priscilla Dressen. I'm a holistic veterinarian in Fort Collins, Colorado. And I want Tina to know how much she's influenced a lot of people in my life by her story. I have a history in Grand Junction. I own a home in Grand Junction. My son went to college. Sister-in-law has generational families. So I've known of you for a long time through that. And when things kind of came down, we were on vacation in the mountains, and I told my kids, sorry, I'm going to listen to the Mike Lindell thing. The whole weekend I had the phone. And when your stuff came out, you just filled my heart. I just have been so, you've been in my prayers so much. And so just to fast forward all this time, and then you got moved to Fort Collins, you literally were 2 miles away from my house. And I kept wishing there was something I could do. What could I do to help? And I had a client in my little tiny holistic clinic in my home. She was telling me about this group that was going to do a March for Tina. And I'm like, I've been praying, can I help? And that night I got on the Zoom call, got to get involved in that, help with that. I got to stand on the church steps when we called into you and you talked to us for a long time. My daughter and I made 100 signs. I've still got signs in my garage stacked up all over the place. But the coolest part, and this is the part I want to tell you, is one of the pictures we made that was on your sign is on a corkboard in my clinic, and it's been there ever since. And every time a client comes in that we get any conversation I can steer that way, I tell them your story. And it's been a good foot in the door for people one after another, because they're coming in to do natural medicine, and they're learning. And I'll tell you, the medical industry is the flipping point right now, I think, for liberals, because they're starting to get, they don't want the vaccines, they don't want the drugs. So I get them in there and then I show them your picture. And I just have to say that just a couple days ago, I had a couple gals in my parking lot going off on Trump, going off on this, going off on that. And they went, and what about that Tina Peters? And I went, she's the real deal. And I gave them your whole story, and their jaws dropped and they stood there and they went, I guess I'm going to have to learn to look into election fraud. I said, Colorado's one of the worst states and we're living in it and we need to do something. So the sign is still, your picture is still on my wall. It's going to stay there. And as I sit here thinking, what can I do? Because I want to do more. We all do. But I'm so thankful that you've given me a foot in the door just by that. So all this time, you just want to
pay it forward.
One other thing, I call my youngest dogs hooligans because all my dogs are giant and I have too many animals. But while you were in the jail, I trained my dogs by walking around the jail and praying for you. And I drove by almost every day. So if I couldn't stop to walk, I would drive my car around and do the loop before I went over the highway to go home. So we love you, and I'm so grateful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is what I'm talking about, folks. This person here is going to inspire someone else. It's going to inspire someone else. And that's what you need to do, is just tell the story, inspire someone, show them a video, show them the Bolsonaro video, tell them about what's happening in South Korea, but tell them that it actually is happening here, that a woman, a Gold Star mom, didn't have any prior, was thrown in prison. And people like that tell the story, and it just goes from there.
Okay, remember, I want you to mimic me in a lot of ways, but there's some things that are not my greatest, bestest feature, like carrying on too long. Questions, so we don't
Real
be rude to
quickly,
everybody.
The staff here made you guys all a plate because by state law, they have to dispose of the food in 30 minutes. It can't stand out for more than 2 hours, but everyone up there has been made a plate. But
Thank
if
you
you
so
haven't
much,
eaten
too.
back here, eat, please.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Bob Morency from Aurora, Colorado. We drove in.
I'm not quite hearing you there. Go ahead, say it one more time.
Bob Morency, Aurora, Colorado. We drove in. And a couple things real quick. Thank you, Tina. We really appreciate everything you did. But my main question is, in regards to Bill Gates, we all know how much he's involved with all the vaccine stuff. That's the main thing. But he's also involved in so many other things, the GMO mosquitoes, synthetic foods. Now I'm reading synthetic breast milk. What is anything being done to rein this guy in? I mean, we all know this stuff's not kosher.
Repeat that last part again.
Well, it was kind of like one whole question. Talk about Bill Gates, all the vaccines, where we know he's involved with that, but he's also
with Bill
involved with.
Gates, he's taking his money, his foundation, he's putting into all of these scientific things. I think right now he's going into mosquitoes and ticks and all of that stuff there. So that is, one of these ways that they are trying to create a difference in the DNA and things like that. And it's going to be going down generationally. One of the other things that he is involved in, of course, everybody knows about the Epstein stuff, but he's got a group of people there that's at Microsoft that have a nonprofit called KIND, K-I-N-D. And what that stands for is Kids in Need of Defense. Part of that group is, I can't think of his name, the guy who was with LinkedIn, the guy who owns LinkedIn. They were moving in children around the world that were undocumented without their parents. Okay, what that is that's called human trafficking. Okay, so he's involved in a lot of very vile things and a lot of very bad things. Read Garrett Hoffman. Yeah, that's the rat. He's involved with it as well.
That makes it even more disturbing that a while back we had seen him invited to the White House talking with Trump.
Well, just remember, keep your friends close, but you keep your enemies closer. Okay? You have to remember this is an operation that's been taking place. President Trump is no idiot, and he plays chess, period. So he's going to keep the people that he needs to around him to be able to gather the intel, to be able to make the smart decisions that these people are not expecting. And you also had Bill Gates as being shunned by a lot of people right now because of his relationship with the Epstein stuff. So a lot of doors are being closed on him, thank God. But the simple fact is that's where we need the Nuremberg trials. We need the military to come in and hold these people accountable.
The courage of Lincoln. But don't worry, Todd Blanche is on it. Everything's fine. And all the people we know, like John Gross, Jared Wise, Mac Warner, et cetera, all the great patriots that have been fighting for this nation for generations, all those people are liars. And Todd Blanche is the truth teller, and your nation is secure in his hands, right? That's what you're supposed to believe. That's all you need to know.
All right, next question. Let's keep it to questions. Go ahead.
So I was in line earlier and I had to go pee, and then I was in line again and I had to go eat dinner, ate a full dinner. So I really appreciate this panel for sticking around and letting me ask a question. I'm a snowbird in Lake Havasu City, great California friends that are a very conservative town. Love it. But I live primarily in Missoula, Montana, where both my neighbors painted their houses black in honor of Black Lives Matter. And very liberal town. So just ask it, everybody, don't forget about a red state called Montana and think that you have to forget about it because it's infiltrated very big. One of the things that are happening is the Nature Conservancy, I understand, was created out of the Council on Foreign Relations and the United Nations quasi-international government has been buying up properties and lands all in the crown of the continent, they call it, outside in western Montana. And our family ranch section is surrounded by the Nature Conservancy. Do you think that can still exist in the future?
What is the question?
Well, the Nature Conservancy, I understand, is a holding place for transferring private land to government agencies.
Matt, can you clarify the question, please? You restate.
Nature Conservancy, ask in your opinion. Nature Conservancy is a mechanism to transfer private lands out of private ownership to collective ownership.
Yeah, let me let Sean, and we've talked about this, but go ahead.
So you're talking about like the SRPs and stuff like that. So we've seen where they were trying to do that. Was it on about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? And we sent some stuff up. I think some U.S. or some state attorney generals actually put some legislation in place. And a lot of that had to do with the CCP in China that was trying to come in, take over a lot of the private lands or the parks and things of that nature, and basically not allowing the citizens to be able to use it. So of course, China needs to be stopped from buying any lands here. Basically, if you're not a U.S. citizen, as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be able to buy property within the United
Amen.
States. That just goes back to the whole Dutton, progress is what, it bashes itself against. We don't want the progress with these other countries coming in. The world economy, that can be good, but not when you're taking over people's land. That's not acceptable.
Peter, you made a great point.
Senator one, you got podcasters on, they're gonna have to leave in not too long. They're gonna miss
Oh.
their presentation, so we're gonna kind of wrap this up.
All right. So Peter made a great point, though. China has all these anchor baby citizens. They just move the land to them. So that's not necessarily a full solution. It's something we're going to have to figure out. So go ahead. Next question.
One last one here, if you could.
Last question.
This is
Question,
a
not a-
legal question.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
ma'am.
You know Ted Budd ran against me in 2022. I cover 100 counties in the state of North Carolina. I also worked for the Wake County Board of Elections and witnessed there was no chain of custody. There was no security.
Talk right in the mic.
Would you like to have me testify against Wake County Board of Elections? And do you want me to file pro se? I already talked to Gregory. He said yes, but this is your chance to put your opinion in.
Well, do I want you to testify in the vote fraud stuff in South Carolina? I don't know if I understood.
North Carolina and file pro se litigation.
Yeah, I have cars in South Carolina, so I say that a lot of times. I don't have any in North Carolina. Go ahead. Okay.
That was it. Testify and file pro se litigation.
I think pro se is going to be the answer. Look, I don't know if you're going to get there elsewise. If you got a good attorney, great. It's just hard to find one that'll go out on a limb. If you can find one though, Laura Shard probably tell you her experience in North Carolina, and then you'd have to decide.
Laura's in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Anyone else that has questions, catch Louis Herms here at the side of the stage.
Yeah. All right. I wish we could take more. We've got to take a break.
Well, we got to go right to Edward so he can do his presentations, and the podcasters can cover some of that because they're going to have to leave here pretty soon.
Okay. Thank you, folks, for all your patience and letting us do it. And let's get into it. Thank you, everybody, for coming up and answering the questions for folks, too.
And then as Edward finishes, before you guys go for tonight, we'll play Mel's video as we conclude. So as Edward finishes, please stay and we'll watch Mel's video.
250 years, still standing in the light. From Philadelphia's ink to the long cold valley folk. Born outside your velvet gates, stamp no entry sealed by fate. We don't kneel to polished crowns, we rise where your walls tumble down. From back road chants to battle cries, we're the spark your silence tried to hide. Wires crossed but the signal's alive. Our network grows while your towers die. Fear chosen, not bought or sold, unshaken by the lies you told. We stand for freedoms you forgot. You clipped the wings, we still take off. We are the unauthorized one, stealing fire till the fight is done. Rejected by your polished throne, we are the voice you left unknown. Unauthorized, unapologized. We thunder, we rise. You build your orders out of smoke. We forge our purpose where words spoke. A constitution in our veins. We break your locks to break your chains. Your establishment's bitter creed, a crown for those who never bleed. But roots run deep in common ground. When your walls shake, our hope resounds. No gilded strings drag our resolve. Your crowded halls can't make us fall. Badge of honor, war paint on. Your temples fade while we march on. We are the unauthorized one, chosen by the many, not just one. The doors we crash, the sun, we are the will that can't be undone. Unauthorized, uncompromised. We roar, we rise. Not for power, not for pay, for the people every day. Not your puppet, not your pawn. We were chosen, we stand strong. Badge of honor, flaming loud. Voices rising, fierce and proud. If the door's locked, break the sound. We are the heartbeat underground. We are the unauthorized one. Forge and fight till the fight is won. System says no, we've just begun. We are the rising of the common sun. Unauthorized, unapologized, unshaken, unbroken, unauthorized one.
All right, folks, again, please keep the conversation low. I promised you Ed Solomon, Roger Fuller back for a more detailed analysis of what you were hearing earlier when Ed Solomon was briefing, okay? So this is going to be an It's dead. I promised you that Ed would be back. Roger Fuller here with him. Great dynamic duo. A more detailed analysis and going into it, I call it a deeper dive of what he gave us an overview of earlier. So please keep the rumble down to a low. Listen and think of some questions you'll have as he goes through this. I will get this charged up so we have some mobile microphones, but this is going to make you a hell of a lot smarter, and hopefully you'll keep Ed from having me eating crayons all the time.
Can we get the screen? Put me on the screen, please. I'll say down and zoom this over. Hey.
So while they're getting set up, I'll just speak from back here and no one can see me. That's fine. I'm off in the corner. So what Ed's going to go over are called basically analysis of cast vote records. And a cast vote record is the records that come out of one of our wonderful electronic voting machines that is supposed to tell us how the ballots were counted. The choices on the ballot all the way down, every ballot from the beginning of the ballot to the end of the ballots, from start to finish of the entire tabulation process. And that's what this is about. And when you analyze that data, when you see patterns in it, some patterns, in fact, any pattern is indicative of manipulation within the system, because no real voting, organic voting, should have strange patterns in it. So what Ed is an expert at is detecting those patterns. And that's what we're going to go over here. So hand it off to you guys.
Ed's going to allow me to go first because I want to show you some of the overview, big picture things. These are pictures from when I voted in Tennessee in the primary a few weeks ago. This is a Hart InterCivic machine. You put a piece of paper in the bottom, you make your selections on a screen. It says check them, it's okay, and it prints out this thing at the bottom. You see there's a QR code up in the corner. When you get the whole thing out, it gives you this. Okay. All right, I got to get over here. That one's from Arkansas.
Roger, closer to here, move the mic so it's right by your mouth.
Okay, this is what came out of mine. These are the people I voted for here, and there's a QR code. Do I know what's in that QR code? Can I read that QR code? No, I can't. This is completely unobservable. You have no idea what this is. And then you feed it into another machine, supposedly reads that QR code and records your choices. When you read it in another machine, it disappears into a box never to be seen again. I can't follow that. I have no idea what's happening inside that black box system. This is what we call an unobservable, unverifiable election. This leaves us with no way to check. And things are happening like in California, Gavin Newsom just signed a law that says you need a court order to look at anything like this, to look at any ballot, anything like this. And in Nevada and many other states, the ballot, even if you're filling out ovals on a piece of paper and putting it in, the ballot itself, that's a ballot accessory, that piece of paper. It's not the ballot. The ballot is ones and zeros on an electronic device that you're not allowed to see. Okay, and we're going to show you some cast vote records. The cast vote records are not meaningful either, because back in some back room there, they've done some kind of tabulation, and they put out this cast vote record. This is what a cast vote record looks like right here, okay? Let Edward talk about that a little bit.
So let me do this. So a cast vote record can actually be read by a human, but it takes a little bit of training. This is how we get the graphs that we do. So the first thing about a cast vote record is that it's the certified record from the Secretary of State or the county recorder. So I'll have two columns, let's say Trump and Biden, and every row in the spreadsheet is a ballot. So this is ballot number 1, ballot number 2, ballot number 3, maybe a million ballots like in Clark County. A million, so we'll be here forever if I show you all, okay? And then I can see, did they vote for Trump or Biden? Well, if there's a 1 for Biden, then they voted for Biden, and therefore there has to be a 0 for Trump, because you can't vote for Trump and Biden at the same time. And then, you have Joe Jorgensen write-ins, and then, somewhere all the way down here, hundreds of columns, you'll get like the ballot propositions, yes or no on abortion, yes and no on raising your taxes, because everybody loves to do that apparently in our rigged elections. And we can read exactly every choice made on every ballot, okay? Why is that important? Because of the graphs you're gonna see, I need to know if they voted for Trump or if they voted for Kamala, and then I need to reference that if they voted yes or no on a ballot proposition, say abortion. So because I need at least 4 groups to show election fraud. Did you vote for Trump and against abortion? Did you vote Trump for abortion? Did you vote Kamala against abortion? Or did you vote Kamala for or against abortion? There you go. 1s and 0s, for and against on all the ballot propositions. So this is the cast vote record. It's not rocket surgery, but at the end of the day, it does take a little bit to work with. But so I just want to let you know, when I say the cast vote record, this is what I'm talking about. It's not an alien document. You don't need a PhD to read it. And once you can read it, it's very easy to show election fraud right from their own data. Okay, Roger, you want to say?
What I was trying to show you was I got out my phone and I had it read that QR code. There's another form that comes from ES&S machines that we got from Arkansas in 2022. Okay, that comes out like this. This is just a strip of paper. Here's the choices. And there were 15 races on this election. And here you've got, I don't know what that is. And I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But there's 15 barcodes, basically one for each of these. If you read this barcode, it's like 10657256, right? And the other one's a different number. There's different number. I have no idea if there's any connection whatsoever between that and my votes. I have to take it on complete faith that these machines are actually recording what I voted. This is absolutely impossible to have any idea whether the people who wind up getting certified by the Secretary of State, does it have any relationship to the votes that we cast? I don't think so. Now, Edward says the cast vote record is the certification of the election. I kind of disagree. That cast vote record that we showed you has 1s and 0s. You can actually go down to the bottom of that spreadsheet and put in totals and have it total it for you. The other forms of the cast vote record that we get from ES&S machines, it has 1 column per the contest, and it has Donald J. Trump, or it has Kamala Harris in text in there. You can't add those up. How can they add those up? I think what happens is all these ballots go into a box, they go into a back room somewhere, and a few days later, when they decide they're done, the voting machine company sends the county clerk a sheet of paper on an email and says, here's the numbers you're going to certify. I don't think the cast vote record is.
We don't believe that. We know that to be true. In Andy Thompson's case, when we first started in December 2024, they sent us a cast vote record that was actually completely unusable with wraparound errors such that people, or you got negative votes depending on which column you ran. So that was the document that they sent to us, which under the state law is supposed to be the sole source of tabulations prior to the certification of an election. Do you think anybody did a basic checksum like they would do at the bank to see if the paper they certified returned the counts when even me and Roger couldn't read it? Hell no. They just rubber stamped that. And you know what? It's worse than that, but we're going to get there. Let's talk about the guarantee. Can I go on the guarantee clause?
Yeah, I wanted to do that guarantee.
I want to do that first, and then you can do it. Okay?
Then
All
I
right.
need to do it.
How many lawyers are in here? All right. I'm going to get a Luther versus Borden objection from 1849 when I say this. Ready? If anybody is daring. The guarantee clause, Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution. And the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. Now, we could do the stupid thing and try to define that in the positive. And if you try to define a republican form of government in a court of law, you're going to get shredded. But you know what the beauty is? You don't have to. You can do what's called in the contrapositive, the double negative. Any state whose elections are neither free nor fair cannot be republican in form. Any lawyer want to come here and tell me I'm wrong about that? Any state whose elections are neither free nor fair cannot be republican in form. Who wants to challenge that? All right, Ninth Amendment, they call it the ink blot amendment. That the rights that were not enumerated, right, just be, they can't be disparaged. So those rights remain retained by the people. I forgot the exact wording. And they say it's an ink blot, it's meaningless, there's no way to interpret it. Actually, it's very explicit. It means any rights that were well known to the founders remain retained just because they weren't enumerated. And the consent of the governed is absolutely one of those. Anybody with a law degree want to tell me the consent of the governed is not a right retained by the people under the Ninth Amendment from the founding? This is how you beat them. Okay? It's not an ink blot. It's our heritage. Roger, I'm about to freak out. Oh, take the mic.
All right. I also going to jump in here. Edward didn't know I was going to do this. I'm going to do this for Tina. In Colorado, I think that they had set up and executed 4 compounding conspiracies. The first one, let me get it started, and then I can talk like a slideshow from the beginning. This microphone's good. Okay, here we go. 4 compounding conspiracies. The first one was the rigging of the 2020 election, general election. Second one was the 2021 trusted build, which they did all over county, ordered by Jenna Griswold, the Secretary of State. Purpose to erase the records of the extra files that they had in the hidden directories on the machines during the 2020 election. The third conspiracy was a conspiracy against rights against Tina Peters to silence her and intimidate all the other county clerks around the country into not challenging anything. When they get their email that says, here's the numbers, okay, we're stamping that. We're not going to go to jail like Tina Peters. We're not going to ask any questions. The fourth conspiracy was in Arapahoe County from the 2020 election, we found total lockstep motion that Edward talked about earlier today, and we're going to talk about more later. But the lockstep motion is Democrats and Republicans voting in perfect timing lockstep motion on ballot initiatives that should not have passed, with all of it rigged so that they do pass. Okay, and then what happened was, when we found that out and it was entered into evidence in a court here in Nevada, all of a sudden, Arapahoe County is changing the cast vote record 5 years later. This is like going back 5 years and changing all the stats and all the RBIs and everything and the scores in 7 World Series games and say, oh, that's what really happened. Okay, this is a confession that the original was a forgery. The new one is a new forgery. The file on the website had the same name, the same date, but it was a completely different file with different stuff in it. Okay?
So the full history, because I almost got locked up for perjury. That's how they tried to trap me with this one. So a little history on how we got to lockstep parallel motion, which I think I want to show them first before you do your presentation, if we can get mine going. And Joe Altman came to me in like 2021, 2022, and he said, Ed, there's no way that everybody voted to triple their property taxes in the state of Colorado. I mean, I have to agree with him, but I can't just say, no, the election is rigged because it sounds wrong. I had to look at it. So I looked at it for a while, and the first time I looked at it, I technically didn't see anything wrong with it because I only looked at yes versus no. I didn't split it into how people voted for president to give me the 4 groups. I said, Joe, I can't help you. I have other elections to look at. He comes back to me again. Ed, I'm telling you there's something wrong with this election. Took a look, and instead of doing Trump, Biden, and then splitting it by early and election day voting or early and mail-in voting, I said, I'll split it by yes and no on Proposition B. That gives me my 4 groups again. When I did that, I noticed that Trump and Biden voters changed their stance on all these ballot propositions identically from one batch of ballots to the next for the entire election. Now, when I first saw that in 2022, I actually went on his podcast with that, but it was just one slide amongst many. And I didn't realize how important that was for the layperson who isn't a math whiz to realize how rigged the elections were. So that's what you're looking at. So then what happened after that was Andy Thompson here in Clark County, Nevada, they had the same thing, okay? Can you get the Clark County, Nevada one with the red and green? And it was state question number 3. Okay. This is state question number 3, ranked choice voting and open primaries for future elections, okay, in Clark County. 2024, this is not 2020, and it says that when I say Republican, it means a Trump voter in the cast vote record. If I say Democrat, it means Kamala. And it says that between each batch of ballots, every consecutive pair of 13,000 ballots, the change in Trump and Kamala voter opinions on state question 3 were identical. In a fair election, that should look like random noise. You shouldn't be able to see anything. There should be no pattern. Here's Arapahoe County, Colorado, 2020. Same exact thing. Trump and Biden voters changed their stances identically at every moment in time for every, I think it was between every consecutive 9,000 or 10,000 ballots, okay? So both of these went into Andy Thompson's lawsuit in 2024, which is still ongoing. And, they try to say, well, you can't bring a Colorado cast vote record from 2020 into a Nevada case in 24. I said, yes, I can. It's the same vendor. It was Dominion Voting Systems. So it's a neutral example. So somehow that got to the people in Arapahoe County, and they said, hey, what we're going to do is sabotage Mr. Solomon and Andy Thompson in their Nevada case. And we're going to change the cast vote record half a decade later without telling the judge or telling the plaintiff or telling me when I'm under penalty of perjury, saying that the data I'm presenting is true and correct to their certified cast vote record. So Draza Smith gave me a call to help her in a Maryland Supreme Court case. And I said, you know what, I just want to check that Arapahoe County cast vote record real quick before I put something for the Supreme Court, make sure nobody tampered with it. And oh, yes, they did. Here's the original election where Trump and Biden voters do the same thing at every moment during the election. Can't even tell the difference between red and blue. And then in the one they changed with the same file name, they didn't tell anybody, they didn't even tell the people of Arapahoe County. Trump voters are now in yellow, so red became yellow and blue became green, and now there was a partisan split between Democrats and Republicans on how they wanted to raise their taxes or not, and they did it without changing the overall result of Proposition B. Like Roger said, that is a confession. We had them so bad that how do you fight that? They know they can't fight. That's why they don't even give Andy Thompson a merits hearing, okay? You can't go back to the last one.
Well, these are my graphs. I did the same thing. Okay. So it's not like just one person has ever done this. I did it a completely different way than Edward did. And on the left, you see the befores where everything is right on top of itself. The yellow is the combined. okay? And the yellow and the red and the blue are all so far on top of each other, you can't tell them apart. And then after they replace it, this is what you get. They're spread out and they're not in lockstep anymore. They're changing at different times.
And then down here you have abortion. So this was very explicit in Colorado in 2020. It was specifically to ban third trimester abortions. Look, Trump and Biden voters felt exactly the same on abortion at every moment in time. Can anybody believe that? But hey, after they changed the cast vote record, they somehow fixed it. That's how bad we got them. Okay?
15 million votes were changed.
Right, so, okay, that's a bit complicated. Let's go to something else. All right, so let's do El Paso. So, in a fair election, when you have a sufficiently large sample size, we don't expect there to be a difference between batch 1 and batch 2. So if I take 20,000 Trump voters in El Paso County, and then I take another 20,000 ballots voted for Trump, also in El Paso, I don't expect the Trump voters to feel very differently on abortion from batch 1 to batch 2, do you? If they were 70% opposed in the first 20,000, they better say 70% opposed in the next 20,000. Oh, this is fun. Now, there's a line you're not seeing in this graph, and it's Trump's ratio to Biden. As the Trump to Biden ratio skyrockets over time, right off the screen, over the course of the election in El Paso County, Colorado, 2020, the opposition of Trump voters to Proposition B decreased at the exact rate required for the overall rate of people opposed to raising their taxes to remain flat throughout the entire election. It's a good old seesaw. So, you know, Roger's a small guy, I'm a big guy. So if you want to negate the weight of my vote, I move closer to him on the seesaw. So as the Trump ratio was getting really heavy, they said, okay, well, we're going to decrease Trump voter opposition to raising their taxes, so we get the predetermined set point of 45 or 46%. Notice that Democrats in blue, Biden voters, they say to 33% opposed the entire time. By the way, that's normal. That is actually normal. Why would Biden voters be different here than over here? Why is the time at which your ballot is processed at the central, that most things go to the central tabulation unit in each county? Why is the time at which your ballot received and processed essential counting, why would it ever affect how you voted? It shouldn't. But according to this, if you're a Trump voter, it definitely affects how you voted. Oh, here's Arapahoe, same thing. That's the one you saw in lockstep. The only difference, this one is the cumulative percentage, where I was showing you guys the moving percentage between each batch. But at the cumulative level, it still pretty much does the same thing. And Trump and Biden voters have this miraculous bipartisan harmony and both end at, what is it? 44% no or something. Amazing. Until they changed the cast vote record 5 years later, anyway. All right. Done that, done that. Done that. Flip functions. How does this happen? Go back to, I'll explain a flip function real quick if you give me this. Yeah, give me that. So what causes this pattern, right? Are they individually targeting Trump and Biden voters and making them do the same thing at the same time? No. Okay? It's actually what I call an unforeseen consequence of the people rigging the election. All they're doing is flipping no to yes, regardless of how you voted for president, regardless of which county or congressional district you're in. And when you apply the same, let's say they take 30% of no ballots and flip them to yes ballots, that will have the same effect on the Trump and the Kamala voter pool, or the Trump and the Biden voter pool. And you end up with, let's say, you have like a weighted coin. Let's say it's, they flip 30% of them from no to yes, but then based on the needs coming in from other counties they can't control, they actually, now we need to flip 40% from no to yes. Actually, the other counties did okay. We're only going to flip 20% of the next batch from no to yes. And they keep applying this uniform flip function to all the ballots in that batch, even though the rate at which they're flipping them keeps changing over time. And that's how you end up with lockstep parallel motion. It's the only way you can get it. And it's actually what's expected if you flip ballots from yes to no on a proposition without accounting for how they voted for president. Yet you saw in El Paso County that they did care how they voted for president on Proposition B, which is why Biden voters didn't move in El Paso, but only Trump voters went down. So they can target the subsets here. So like here. So here they left the Biden voters alone. They didn't touch them. But they definitely touched the Trump voters. So they can target the individual subsets if they want to. And they do it all the time. Okay? Is there anything else?
No, I want to go back to my
All
four
right, then I
conspiracies.
wanna do the rest.
Okay, so that was the fourth conspiracy, okay, was changing the cast vote record after Edward had filed it as evidence in a case in Nevada. So they changed it to